What is up? I'm back. The dog appreciates it. That is yet another track from Rosy Girls. Just soundtrack. It's so good. It's so good. There's no video game soundtrack in history that can get me as hype. The problem with that OST is that there's a lot of, like, filler, like, quick filler things that are, like, 30 seconds or so that's, like... I wish somebody would make a playlist without the filler stuff. You just go from banger to banger. Hello to everybody. Hope you're having a fantastic Tuesday. Or whatever day. I'm not sure if it's still Tuesday everywhere, but... Alright, so we're leaving now, right? Oh, I could... Is it that I can finally get the book? Because we actually talked about it? Yeah. Interestingly enough, if we were less civilized people, we could have found out the answer to that puzzle a lot earlier by just throwing shit everywhere. Four letters. Wait. 13, 14, 10, 13. Oh, base. Right. So it'd be... What? D... E... A... Very clever, Zero. Okay, where's the E... Oh. What the fuck kind of keyboard is this? Welcome, Captain. It is made by Spike Turnsoft, so that's probably why you get Danganronpa vibes. In fact, this predates Danganronpa, right? Yo, what's up, Metaxas? Yes, it hurts because I was not looking at that spacebar, and it irritates me. Does the second one predate Danganronpa 1, or did Danganronpa 1 release before the second game did? For some reason, I feel like Snake wasn't super serious about that. He was just like, good job, buddy. I only couldn't do it because I couldn't see the fucking, and there's no, Braille impressions on the keyboard. Okay, so that's interesting. So VLR will be very interesting to play in that I wonder if anything from Danganronpa then gets integrated into the game. Or if they keep it more purely like this. Well, it's the fucking mummy, isn't it? I wonder what's in the left door. The door opened, and Junpei and the others leapt through it.
All right, this is the next.
Just as Seven was about to finish his sentence, their attention was drawn to the clang of metal on metal ringing out behind them.
The door!
They spun around. The door they'd just come through had slammed shut.
Did that just close on its own?
Don't tell me we can't go back.
I don't know. Let's see.
Junpei grabbed hold of it with both hands and pulled with all his strength.
Damn it. It looks like it locks automatically.
Is there any other way out?
Well, there's another door over on the right. There's a card reader next to it.
Ah, there's an in and an out.
It's got a red light on it, though, so I'm pretty sure it's locked, too.
But there is a card reader, right?
Yeah.
Then perhaps if we find a key card, we could open the door and leave?
Well, yeah, that might work, but...
Hey! Wait a minute. Are you saying we're gonna have to search through this room for one little card?
Yeah, that looks... Yeah. That's an appropriate response. They took a second. They took a second look at the room they'd found themselves in. Wow. It was filled with piles upon piles.
Let's get it! Let's get it! Let's get it! Let's get it! Let's go!
Thank you, Edgeworth, for alerting me. Captain, thank you for the membership. Welcome to the student body. Enjoy those custom emotes. Your support is greatly appreciated. This fucking guy. Snake, maybe if you just saw, you know, maybe we wouldn't be in this mess. It was filled with piles upon piles of all manner of things. The only word that could describe it was chaotic. It was like a tornado had passed through, followed by a giant who had picked up and shaken the entire room a few times.
Looks that way.
Junpei's heart fell.
No way!
For real?
Clover and Seven looked as though they were about to cry.
Well, we can sit down and wait to die, if that's what you prefer. I rather doubt that, however. So it would be wise to start looking.
And by looking, I mean you all start looking, because obviously...
We haven't much time. Let's find that key card. Oh, and the Neptune key as well. We won't be able to get through the hallway without it. All right then, let's begin.
And I hope to provide many more. Wow, this is... Woo, okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, UK to what's that? Spain to it looks like New York. Might be a little north. South Africa. What is here? Are they on Madagascar? I can't tell, or if they're on the eastern tip of the coast there. Australia, Japan, and then to California. Yeah, that wasn't the Gigantics, what you call it, in one of the. Ah! I have a CRT monitor. They were saying that in 2009. Oh, the life of a speedrunner. What's this? Nothing. Okay, nothing. That's generally what fans are for, yes. Other than also being kind of creepy. Wow, okay. There is several. Okay, well. The garbage, have the evil garbage men already made their appearance? That fictional island that a bunch of people pretend to be from. That's okay, we have that in the United States too. It's called Wyoming. Per Garfield, obviously, you know, mandatory authority when it comes to United States cartography. Honestly, I wish I need to bring myself more great joy by speedrunning again. I've had this itch, and yet I have not been able to scratch it yet. It's fucking other shit to do, which is sad. Well, I mean, if it's an imaginary country, you can make the prime minister as awesome or terrible as you want them to, right? I have not heard of that, CJ. That's unfortunate. I mean, I would prefer as well that they had an awesome prime minister, so that's what I'll believe. In order to be a prime minister, they must suck. Otherwise, they're not a prime minister. Speedrun Ultra Kill. I mean, I bet that'd be. I bet that's a fun speedrun to watch. Okay, D plus 6 plus blank equals A. Show me the damn. Is it under hints? Because I don't think I got anything. Okay, here we go. So it's base 10. Okay. Fair enough. So I have to make this... Ooh. Oh. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait, does the paper even matter? Isn't this just a puzzle of getting them all lit up? Which I'm horrible at. Almost, huh? Want the corners. No. Oddly enough, if you put this in a Genshin Impact scenario, I'd get this right away. But if it's outside of Genshin Impact, I just cannot fucking do these puzzles. Okay, so... if I can get... Ooh, that's almost what I want. That's almost what I want. Can't have them isolated like that unless we're able to add the cross. Doesn't work. Oh, that's almost what I want. That's almost what I want. That's almost what I want. Imagine the puzzles a Yai Miko upgrade. Hey, you know what? You know what? Let's do that. Let's do that. I'm gonna give myself the power. Now you might be thinking, the amount of time you're going to get a Yai Miko picture and setting it up, You might have been able to finish it by now. And I tell you, nay. Nay, I say. Because it's actually going to cut a bunch of time off. Just trust me. Source, trust me, bro. Oh, Jesus, that's huge. I can assure you that's not what Yai Miko said either. Alright, Yai, you watch over me. A mathemagician. Okay. Okay, what do I want it to look like? I didn't even think about that. Almost. That's almost what I want it to look like. Fuck. Oh, I almost had it. That's not what I wanted. Mm. Oh, Yai's judging me. Need to figure this out. want you gone. I'll get you gone. Wait. Hold on. Does this actually have something? Oh, it's 21. So yeah, that makes sense. Seriously though, does that... Is it like... Okay, so I know that's 4, that's 6, that's 5. 1. Okay, hold on. Fuck. The first time I've been able to do that. Okay, maybe this will help. Okay, see, and I bet you're right. I bet there's been at least 2 circumstances where I've had it, but because I had a certain, like, particular way I wanted to solve it in my head, I probably missed it. Okay, so how can I get it in as few moves as possible from here? Oh, okay. So it's not wait. Ah, okay. See, I was just thinking about lighting them all up. Okay, that makes sense. So these are supposed to equal, these are correct, but these are incorrect. So these are not supposed to. So the only ones that should be lit up are, what, these? Okay, I was wondering why it wouldn't have made any sense. Okay, yeah, so this obviously doesn't equal A. This obviously doesn't equal L, or A, or L. Okay. Okay. All right, that does make it significantly more interesting. Okay, hold on. Let's get them all back again. So, in order to equal A, we need 1 plus 9. In order to equal L, 6 plus F? These all have to be lit up to be L. A here, so we have to, yeah, that's okay, that's what I thought. So we have to get rid of the D. And what about the last one? 9, B is 11. I think we need C. Okay, so no D, and I think this one's supposed to be gone. Fuck. Need to be able to... keep getting to this. This is not what I want. Okay, now that I know how to do it, I have to, like, read... There we go. I'm just gonna assume it was Yai that said, "You're so smart! You did it, Junpei! You're so smart!" Okay, now go away. She did. In my headcanon, she did. And that's all that really matters, right?
Congratulations!
It was a little easier once I figured out exactly why I was wrong to be taking the approach that I was taking in the first place, but it was still not easy. Ugh. Ah. Okay, Han Solo, relax. This? Is that the Knights Templar? Actually, I don't remember what they're... I know it's a cross on a shield. It's backwards this time, though, isn't it? Okay, so it was... south... Was it directly west? West. Fuck! That's... damn it. South. West. And then we went to... South Africa? So southeast. And then directly Southwest. Northwest. West. North. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. I'm supposed to be going east. Can I see the... Yeah, okay. South, west, southeast. Okay, so they want me to just go straight northwest here, or northeast here. East, north, east. Let's, oh. I was way better at this last time. Okay, south. West. Southeast. I went the wrong way. Oh well. Northeast. East. North. East. I see. So I'm Clover's dog, apparently. Yo, what's up, Tom? Apparently, we are a dog, as you can, as we are. You know. We're nuts, dude. She literally just praised me, not in the greatest way, but she. Oh, that's all that happened. You're like, oh god, we don't have time for praise. The hall by the exit? Okay, so we need 2 more of the shields. Okay. Let's see. Well, I mean... Holy shit! Yes! You didn't. Why did you close the shutter? Let's look at the file real quick. What? Which one was added? No, that's not it. Oh. No. Are you telling me we picked up all these? I don't think the new part helps here too much, other than going through all of the new things. Could be Morse code. Like the controls are obviously. So it must be the Morse code things. Probably should have done this from the beginning. Yeah. This motherfucker. Well, that's good. At least we won't have to bring them in. Okay, where else? What haven't we looked at? Huh? Oh, okay. So we didn't need all four at once. Oh. Yeah, you can solve this one. Okay, so it has to equal 6. Wait, I don't get... Okay, so one has to equal 3 and one has to equal 6. My mind doesn't work like this! Didn't she say 3, 4, and 5 had to be in the same? Or what did she say? Fuck. Yeah, right, Tom? At least Tom understands my pain. Was that what Clover said? That 3, 4, and 5 had to be in the same... Or did I read that wrong? Okay. But the problem is that if we put it all in 3, 6, 13, 21, 22... Oh. No. Because I didn't add that right, because I'm bad. Wait! 15, 21, 23, 24. There's another rule that prevents this from being okay. So if that's the case, then 3, 4, and 5 have to be in 6. Oh, only 3 to 5 balls. I see. That was the problem. No, it wasn't, because that was 3 to 5. Oh. I saw red and thought that it was bad. Yo, what's up, Incog? Huh? Ah. This is kind of a fun puzzle. It's not as bad as the last one in terms of for someone of my limited intellect. Okay, so it can't be 1 and 9. There can only be 3 to 5. So it's the same principle as the Nonary game itself. 13, 21. Yep. Okay, but we need 2 more of the thingies. But maybe we had to solve those 2 before we went looking for the others. Ah! Junpei! Anything else I can touch? Okay, so I'm just missing something that I can... a pipe. We did this already, didn't we? What's that? Ah, ha, ha, okay. Well, fuck me. Are you kidding me? That's all for something we already did? That actually would have been very helpful for some idiot like me. That's because this is really hard to see. What am I missing? So much clutter in this room that it's hard to tell what I can touch and what I And oh, fuck. It's not what I wanted. I absolutely despise how dismissive Junpei is. The pipe. Gotta be something here, right? Otherwise, why would... My eyes deceive me. Okay, here's the control. Is this? I think this is that cabinet. What is this? The shutter. Oh, that was the drafting table. I see. Junpei, I swear to God. God. I'm just like furiously clicking. That's it. She's gone delirious. She might actually think I'm a dog at this point. That's gotta be a meme at this point, right? A pipe. The upright console straight ahead when I'm viewing the map tape. This one? Are you talking about this one? This is the main setup. Oh, God, I hate that he keeps saying that. Especially given at this point, oh, this one? We did this one already. This is where we got the cross, I think. Hey, Keith! Welcome to the student body. After your many awesome donations, you have finally enrolled. Thank you so much for the support. Enjoy those custom emotes. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously, I haven't clicked something. Oh, here we go. We need something to get it open. Now is he gonna let me look through the junk? Jesus. God! Bless you. Give me a P! Give me an I! Give me a P and an E. Well, why is he so hype? What's that spell? Pipe! I love that this game memed on pipes. What the hell are we doing? We're going crazy, Junpei. That's what going crazy feels like. You just looked at it! Oh, it's unuseful here. Are you fucking kidding me, Junpei? We just need something to pry that thing. Anything! Anything that's relatively sturdy. Something I didn't click here? Is there like a... No? It's so dark. Upright console? Console? This? Are you talking about this? We've done this already. We've done this, and this is the main thing. Oh, wait, there's two of them. Oh, that's why I was confused. Okay, okay. Okay, fair enough. I didn't realize those were two separate consoles. If I tap the button, it'll enter dit. If I hold it, it'll enter da. Is it... Wait, what? Okay, so this is only 2, this is 4, and that's 1? Okay. So 2, 4, and 1. 1 is either E or T. So it's either dot or a. 2 could be either A, I, M, N, A, I, M, or N. The first letter is M or N, it's probably a vowel. But if it's A or I, it's probably a consonant. It doesn't necessarily have to be. T and E. And then the 4s can be Q, P, J, L, V, X, Y, Z. B, C, F, H. Okay, those are all those are not consonants, but they're all, yeah, so I'm guessing it starts with A or I. They're all letters. All right, later, cat. Not ace. It's interesting that ace could lead me to ice so quickly. Like, I wonder if that was kind of intentional. Snake. Okay, no 3 this time. 7 and 7. I'll probably look at Layton at some point. Honestly, I've said this about a few different games, so I guess it shouldn't surprise anybody, even if it's a bad way of looking at things, admittedly. I just don't like the art style. And I have admitted that I know for a fact that just judging something based on its art style is bad, because you can really miss out on some good games by doing that. I have no idea where else this last thing could be. Actually, I haven't... is it... What can be used to open the drawer? I'm guessing the last one's in the drawer. Every time I click anything, he's like, this isn't useful. And I'm like, it's a drawer! You fucking kidding me? Oh, what did it say? Because what else could have opened? Huh? I just don't, like, besides the drawer, there's like, what else am I missing? We know it's not the drawer, because I checked that. This is still locked. The other things that are locked are... That wouldn't make any sense, because then what would be the damn point? Unless this suddenly opened. Where can I see it? It just I see. You know, as much as I really like being with June, wait, why didn't I take the key? As much as I like being with June, I think these four is probably my favorite combination of, like, people to be with. Taking the other stuff out of consideration, like Ace being evil and whatever, just in terms of, like, how everybody's been when I've been around them in our puzzle-solving situations. Eight and 9. Oh, that can't be the case this time. One has to have 2 in it. Yeah, we're missing a ball. Oh.
A picture.
In the drawer was a single picture. He picked it up. It was a photograph of 4 men.
What the?
Involuntarily, Junpei's eyebrows shot up. He'd seen 3 of them
What the
before.
hell is this?
He'd actually seen all of them before, but one of them was through somebody else's memory.
This man with a mustache on the right. He's the same guy we found murdered in the captain's quarters. He had the 0 bracelet on his left arm. And this second man, with the glasses and a doctor's coat. He's the 9th man. The one with bracelet number 9. He died after he went into door 5. But this guy, the one in the striped suit.
Oh man, that's Ace.
Yeah, I guess it is.
No doubt about it.
Seven and Clover had come to peer over Junpei's shoulders.
But what does it mean? What is Ace doing in this picture? Not only Ace, the
Being a
ninth man
dickhead.
and Cap too.
As Junpei looked closer, he noticed the expression on each man's face. Their smiles suggested that they were close, at least to some degree.
They look happy, like they knew each other well. Why? How?
I mean, this guy doesn't look happy. He just looks like he was forced to take the picture. This guy's jubilant, this guy's smug, and this guy's just like, hey, yeah, I'm here too.
How in the world are these four men connected?
Snake's voice broke into Junpei's thoughts.
You say Ace is in that picture?
Yeah, it doesn't look like it was taken recently, though. Ace, the ninth man, and Cap all look about 10 years younger.
Ah, so the ninth man and the man you found murdered in the captain's quarters are also in the picture?
Yeah.
Is there anyone else? Or are there only 3 people in the picture? I'm afraid I can't see it.
Well, we know.
No, there's one more guy. He's got kinda long hair, he looks smart, but a little cold. He's the only one I don't recognize.
Snake knit his eyebrows.
What's the date of the photograph?
It doesn't have one.
Did you look on the back?
The back?
Yes, the reverse. The other side.
Where people would normally put the date. Junpei flipped the picture over.
Huh.
There it was. To be precise, it wasn't a date, but it was certainly significant. He read it out loud so that Snake would not be left in the dark.
Praying for the success of the Nonary project with Nijisaki, Kubota, and Musashido.
Nonary project. Nijisaki, Kabuto, that Pokemon. Kabuta, Masashido. Junpei immediately flipped the picture back over.
Then the four men in this picture were the organizers of the Nonary game 9 years ago.
Since Hongo wasn't mentioned, Junpei figured that could only mean he'd written the words on the back himself.
That means Ace, the ninth man, and Cap were all responsible for making it happen. But I feel like I should be more shocked about this. It's almost as if that's just how things were always supposed to be.
That their true identities did not come as a surprise was what Junpei found most surprising.
Why am I not surprised? Ace was the one in charge of the Nonary project. But why? Why am I so calm? It's like I already knew.
Ah, of course. I understand now.
Junpei looked over at Snake. In his own confusion, he had missed the dark look on the other man's face.
Ace was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. He was the one who invented the game 9 years ago. He was Gentaro Hongo.
Ace is Hongo?
Even as he asked, Junpei felt as though he had already known. Almost as if someone had whispered into his ear that, yes, of course Ace was Hongo.
I had my suspicions from the beginning. Their voices were similar. Too similar to be a coincidence. I could never forget his voice. It was the voice of the devil. I couldn't be sure, though. After all, I had no way to check. I certainly couldn't ask him. Even if I had known, however, I would never have told you. Zero made it quite clear what would have happened if I did.
Oh my gosh, I had no idea.
Huh?
I didn't know that Ace was Hongo.
Oh, yes. I suppose you wouldn't have. 9 years ago, you were in Building Q in Nevada, but Hongo was in the Gigantic with us.
I know. That's why I didn't know what Hongo looked like. But why? Why didn't you tell me? I mean, I'm your sister, right? You could have told me.
I'm sorry. I apologize for keeping this from you. But if I'd told you, Clover, I would have told everyone else. And if you did, then I would have been forced to tell them about what happened 9 years ago. I had to prevent that.
Clover and Snake's conversation was of particular interest to Junpei. I honestly just don't care. He still couldn't make sense out of the strange feelings of knowledge. He was trying to organize his thoughts when he heard Seven's voice.
Hey, Junpei. You think I could borrow that picture for a sec?
Sure.
He had no reason to say no, so Junpei handed the picture over. Seven stared at the picture and began to mutter the 4 names of the project leaders over and over to himself.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musa.
His brow was furrowed and his face was flushed.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashido.
He chanted their names to himself, pacing back and forth across the room.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashido.
Seven shouldn't have known their names. After all, he hadn't been there when Junpei and Snake had spoken of them in the library. But as Junpei watched him pace, it was clear that he did know them.
Hey, Seven, do you...
Shut it. Just be quiet.
His eyes were red, and Junpei could see sweat beginning to bead on his forehead.
I'm this close to remembering. This close.
He was sweating heavily now, but his lips were dry.
Hongo, Kubota, Niji Cradle Pharmaceuticals, Nonary project.
Then he stopped. Seven set down the picture and looked at the red light near his feet. His eyes narrowed. Then suddenly his eyes went wide, and he shot up straight.
Shit.
What?
What's wrong?
Holy shit, this is nuts.
What's nuts?
I remember
Remember what?
everything.
Everything?
Yeah, I remember all of it. My memory's back. I remember what happened before I got snatched.
Seven's voice was filled with excitement.
What?
Shock and excitement had frozen Junpei in place, along with Snake and Clover.
Let me tell you what happened.
Seven hastily drew a shaking hand across his mouth and began to speak.
Like Snake said, Ace is Hongo from the right. The other three are Musashido, Nijisaki, and Kubota. Musashido was the man with the cash. Nijisaki was Hongo's right-hand man. And Kubota developed the actual technical details of the experiments.
Realization began to dawn on Junpei along with the pressing
How do
question.
you know all this?
Come on, man, I told you, I finally got my memory back.
No, that's not what I mean. I'm trying to ask you why you knew all this stuff in the first place, before you forgot it.
Seven rubbed the scar on his
You
chin.
really want to know?
Of course.
Me too.
Snake was the only one who didn't voice any sort of agreement. Looked at Junpei as if he was simply waiting to see where Seven's sudden recovery might take them.
This is gonna take a while. Hell, it'll probably take me a good 3 days to tell you everything.
Well, we don't have 3 days.
Just give us the short version, alright?
Short version, huh?
The big man pulled off his hat, scratched his head. He made a face and put his hat back on.
Alright, fine. I'll give it a shot. No promises, though.
Junpei and Clover nodded earnestly.
I'm a detective. It's a little awkward to say this about myself, but you could probably consider me a lone wolf type. I hold to my own code, because I think doing what's right is more important than doing what you're told. That's why I followed my gut that night. A slim lead brought me to the wharf. It was 9 years ago. The wharf had been cold as fuck, and I could barely see squat. I was investigating a mess of kidnappings, all of them children. It all had one thing in common. A history of visits to one particular hospital.
Yeah, I mean, I pull off my head and scratch my head sometimes. Oh yeah, I can only get that scratch taken care of so well if I pull my head off.
A hospital under the management of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. And my investigation had turned up evidence that Cradle had been involved in the kidnappings. After a little sweet talking, I managed to finally get a real lead from someone inside Cradle. My source told me this.
Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore.
A slim lead? That seems like a pretty strong lead.
So I headed to the wharf. From the shadows, I searched the harbor until I found the ship I was talking about. There was a bunch of movement near it. Men in black suits, many of them carrying large bags. Bags. There was something about the way they moved as they were carried. No doubt about it. There were human beings in those bags. I moved before I realized it. I came out of hiding with my gun already in my hand. Don't move. I felt metal touch the back of my head. Drop the gun.
I could kill you right now. Just tie an anchor to your feet, and no one will find you for a week. But you know what? The fish here would love a meal.
I kept digging the cold metal thing into my skull. There was nothing I could do. I did what he said, and suddenly, there was a sharp pain in my neck. A needle. A drug? That was my last thought. My face hit cold concrete. I was out like a light. I woke up on a hard... Damn it! I did a quick once. Where am? A small, shabby bed, a dirty sink, a toilet with no privacy. I'd seen it. I'm gonna.
We've seen this already.
pushed and pulled on it.
Most of it, at least. I'm assuming something new is gonna happen.
Threw myself against the door a few. I knew it. I gave up and made. I sat there for a very. Then. The voice was far away, but I could. It was pretty high. Huh? No. Where? I pressed my ear to the wall. No, that's not it. Left. I hauled on the metal frame and flew. And there it was. The bed had hit. I dropped flat on it, but I knew it in my gut. Hold up. Why are there kids here? But then what my inside man told me popped in.
Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Am I on that ship? It didn't matter. All I knew was I had to get to those kids. I checked out the metal grate. Could I fit? I stuck my fingers in and grabbed it. And then...
I think the bigger problem, because the fallout would be swift and immediate. I think the bigger problem that could come from it would be increased public hysteria over, like, being paranoid that all pharmaceutical companies are doing some shit like that. And the amount of potential laws that would be passed to increase scrutiny on those companies.
I finally got the damn thing off. Sweat was dripping down my face. The first bit or so was tight. I had a wriggle on my belly.
Well, yeah, this, I think, after he opened the gate, that was it. I don't think he told us anything further, so the rest of this should be new.
It wind up eventually, and there was space for me to crawl along on my hands and knees. I went from crawling like a worm in dirt to skittering like a bug. Couldn't say it was much better, but I'd take what I could get.
I would have been disappointed if no one made that joke.
And when I'd been in the thing long enough to start wondering where it'd take me...
They're not, but they still have enough credibility for plausible deniability in terms of, like, the possibility of something like this happening. But if it was actually discovered that a company did something like this, I think that it goes out the window for all of them. Like, the overall reputation of pharmaceutical companies.
A massive sound nearly scared the piss out of me. It was like a heavy metal door had just been slammed shut. Then, there was a voice.
Oh, no.
What? I wasn't sure what it meant, but anything with incinerator is bad news.
Yeah?
Then, almost as if that was a cue, I heard a mess of young-sounding voices. A bunch of them were straight up screaming in terror. And all the sounds together made a howl that made the hair on my neck stand straight up. Damn it! What the hell is going on here? I scrambled through the duct as fast as I could and made a giant racket, but I didn't care at that point. I soon found a metal door on the left side of the duct. The kids were screaming on the other side. I found it. I yanked the handle and threw the door open. I almost ripped the metal off its hinges. What the hell is this place? I couldn't believe what I saw. The room had a dome up top. There had to be about 9 walls, all the same size. Up in the ceiling was an upside-down funnel, almost like a chimney. I looked down. There they were. The kids I'd been searching for. They all gawked up at me, suddenly silent. For the moment, from surprise and fear.
June. Snake. I'm assuming this is Santa. I don't know who this is.
Scared of the room or me, I couldn't tell. Probably both, actually. Not like I can blame them running into a mug like this when they're already scared shitless. I snorted at my own dig at myself and turned to the kids. Don't worry, kids, I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys. All of them stood there, frozen. Well, except one. He was a boy, slightly older than the others, in a private school uniform.
Who the hell are you?
He stepped forward and glared at me suspiciously. I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you. It looked like they relaxed some the second I got the words out.
How are you gonna help us?
Where's the exit?
There isn't one. The doors we came in through won't open, and the door over there...
He kind of cut himself off. I think he was considering something before he changed his mind.
Anyway, there's no point. We can't all get out of here. If we don't get out of here, we're gonna be burned to death.
Burned to death?
Can't you hear it? That voice said the incinerator's gonna start up soon. So...
The voice spoke again.
Incineration will begin in 15 minutes.
They only had 15 minutes. I looked back down at the kids. Looks like a good 20 or 30 feet to the floor. No way I could pull them up. Too big of a distance for any of us to reach. What the hell was I gonna do? But then I got an idea. Wait right there. I'm gonna be right back.
What? Where is he going? Are you just gonna leave us here?
They just got frightened again. I'm not the best at that kind of thing, but I tried to reassure them with a smile. Don't worry, all right? I'll be back, I promise. So just stay calm and wait right there. Got it? I didn't wait to hear them respond. There wasn't time. I had to hurry. Well, as fast as a guy could on his hands and knees. Didn't take me long to get back to my cell. Still no way out of there, but I had a plan. I needed something from the room. When I got it, I dove back into the hole and took off towards the incinerator. Then... Sorry to keep you waiting, guys. I tipped out the doorway and dropped down the rope I brought with me. Back in the cell, I'd torn the bed sheets into strips and tied them together to make a rope. It was sloppy, but it got the job done. All right, just tie that around yourself, okay? I'll pull you up one at a time.
Right!
Huh. Wait a sec. Something was off. There were more of you before. Where'd the rest of you go? The boy in the uniform answered.
I let them go on ahead. We opened the number 9 door and they left.
What? You're telling me you opened that door?
That's what I said!
Then what the hell are you doing here?
We couldn't go with them.
Why not?
Look, the only people who can go through the numbered door...
He was in the middle of explaining.
Incineration will begin in 5 minutes.
The wall shook a bit, and the voice bouncing around.
Look, that can wait, all right? Just get us out of here!
Right! I grabbed onto the rope. The first one I pulled up was a girl with a ponytail. Next was a girl with a red necktie. A boy in a jacket came after. He said he'd climb up on his own. The boy in the uniform was the last up. Like the other kid, he climbed up the rope himself. He looked pretty scrawny, but I guess he was stronger than he looked. He moved fast, but when he was almost to me, we heard some knocking. Everyone looked at the door. It had a thick, square window set into it. On the other side, an angry face was staring in.
God damn it! What's going on here? Why is the room empty? Where the hell are those fucking kids?
The door opened, and a man stepped in looking half mad with fury. I recognized his face. I saw him many times in photos during my investigation. The man's name was Gintaro Hongo, the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Hongo saw the boy hanging from the rope. Yeah! It was like he was an animal. He lunged for the rope. Hurry!
I know!
The boy in the uniform booked it up the rope.
You son of a bitch! Get back here, you little shit!
15 feet. 10. The second I could reach the kid, I grabbed him. I hauled him up and tossed him into the ducks behind me.
No!
Hongo had lost it. His face didn't even look human. It was like the bastard pulled off his fake face, and he was really a terrifying devil or some kind of damn monster. I quickly reeled in the rope, leaving a furious Hongo yelling at me from the floor.
You fucking bastard! You won't get away with this! How dare you compromise this experiment!
Experiment? What experiment?
Incineration will begin in 1 minute.
Hey, old man! What the hell are you doing? Hurry up!
The boy in the uniform was trying to get my attention. I may have thrown a salute in the raging asshole's face before I closed the door behind me. I went to going back to the cell. tell, so we went down the other direction instead. After about 30 feet, we came across another duct on the left. This one was heading down. Everybody nodded and took turns sliding down it. The duct emptied us out into a narrow hallway. There was a door on either side. The one on the left was a normal double door. But the one on the right was familiar. It had black and yellow stripes, and a device next to it on the wall. The plate on it read, Incinerator. Incinerator?
Yeah, that's where we were.
It was the girl with the red tie who answered me. We were inside an incinerator?
Yeah, Hongo might still be there. It looks like it's been shut off, though.
Wait, what? If he's still in there...
Yeah, that's not good.
That meant we better. We gotta get out of here. Go to the other door, hurry! The kids started running, and I was close on their heels. On the other side of the door was a large spiral staircase. Run! Didn't need to tell them twice. Up, up, and up. Feet pounded the steps. Our arms pumping fast. Round, round, round. The devil was on our tail. The stairway kept going. We passed a couple of landings when the boy in the uniform suddenly spoke.
Something's up. Akane's not catching up to us.
I agree with CJ. I don't think it's as easy and, like, whatever, brush off the rest of them as you think it would be. I think it'd be really, maybe not a full-out collapse, but it would be really bad for them. People don't like to blame just one company, especially if there's already conspiracy theories surrounding all of them.
Akane?
My kid sister. The girl with the red necktie.
Akane.
Wait.
Akane. That's strange.
I thought the siblings were split up.
I didn't remember seeing that name on the list of missing kids.
Hey! Akane!
He kept his hands around his mouth and yelled.
Maybe we outran her.
The boy in the uniform skidded to a stop. I stopped too. So did the other two kids. When did we do that?
Well, we passed a couple big rooms on the way here. Maybe she took a rest in one of them?
No, it's impossible.
Sorry, Grandpa. You keep going. I gotta go look for her downstairs.
He turned to go. Hey kid, wait! Damn it, I said wait! I don't think the kid even heard me. Fuck! I spun around to the boy in the jacket, the girl with the ponytail. I'm going after him. You two keep going, all right? Got it? The girl nodded and ran up the stairs. The boy.
I'm going with you.
Oh, is she, what's-her-face's, one of what's-her-face's daughters?
I didn't have time to argue. I just nodded and took off down the stairs. I could hear him following me. We ran all the way to the bottom floor, calling for her. Akane was nowhere to be found.
God damn it, where the hell did she go?
I could tell the kid was frustrated. And then suddenly...
Help me! Somebody help me!
We heard a girl's voice.
Akane!
The boy in the uniform threw open the door and leapt into the hallway by the incinerator. We rushed in after him. I couldn't for the life of me believe what we were seeing. That bastard Hongo had Akane by the arm and was forcing her into the incinerator.
Come on, goddammit, move!
No, I don't want to! Let me go, please! Let go of me!
She planted her feet squarely on the floor and was struggling to get away. But Hongo was bigger and stronger. She wasn't gonna win.
Akane!
My brother roared with anger and charged toward Hongo.
Help me!
Ah! You're too late, idiot!
Hongo lifted Akane bodily into the air and threw her, still fighting him, into the incinerator. Before we could even blink, Hongo had leapt through the door after her. We saw him land inside. Then, the door slammed shut. We ran to the door. We did everything we could think of to get the thing open. But...
Ah! Fuck! It's no use! The goddamn thing won't move an inch!
he started slamming his fists against the door. He was close to shattering his knuckles with how hard he pounded on it.
Akane! Akane! Are you okay?
You came back!
Her voice was muffled, but all of us could hear the sheer terror in it.
What's
Hongo!
It went out the other door!
What?
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged.
Are you fucking kidding me? It's the same damn thing.
Are you there?
Yeah, we're here. Just hang on, all right? We're gonna figure out a way to save you.
His words would have seemed like a sick joke to her if she'd been able to see how white and bloodless his face was right then.
Incineration will begin in 17 minutes.
Please help me! I'm really scared! I don't want to die! I don't want to die!
It's gonna be all right. I'll figure something out. I promise. I promise, okay?
It was torture listening to her sobbing on the other side of the door. Her brother was nearly crying himself. He could only stand there, fists clenched so tight his knuckles were white.
Okay, so she supposedly dies, but she doesn't. Somehow. And then becomes zero later. Because again, whereas, first of all, they seem a little too sure that it's Santa. And it does make sense that it was Santa. But, except for, why would he do what he did with the gun then? That wouldn't make any sense. It was silent. All they could hear was the creaking of the boat as it shifted in the water. They waited and waited, but Seven didn't continue.
What happened then?
Junpei couldn't wait any longer. He had to know. Seven looked at the floor.
Come on, man. Put yourself in my shoes. It doesn't end good. You think I want to remember that?
Then...
Yeah. Shit. If I'd known it was gonna be like this, I almost wish I hadn't remembered.
Seven shook his head. You know, and I know that it's like really shitty that happened, but like, and I know it's not gonna happen because this is just, you know, the type of guy that Seven is, but I mean, he still saved the other kids from dying. Like, that's still, if he wasn't there, they could have all been burned. Seven shook his head, but there was something Junpei had to know.
Hey, are you sure?
Huh?
Look, I don't want to ask this either, but there's something I don't get. So if you could just tell me, did that girl, Akane, really...
Seven stared straight ahead at nothing.
Yeah, I'm sure. There wasn't anything we could do. After a while, the countdown ended, and we heard something... burning. The fire stopped, but we still didn't move. Me and the jacket kid were frozen. The boy in the uniform collapsed as if he couldn't hold himself up anymore. A few minutes passed. The door opened.
You heard no scream?
The boy in the uniform tripped over his own feet running in. We followed, too numb to speak. The air in the incinerator was hot. Every breath made my lungs feel like they were on fire. It was like standing on hot asphalt. The air was wavering, and in the middle of the room, there it lay. The kid's legs were shaking so bad, I don't know how he managed to walk. I couldn't see his face, but his body somehow looked empty. Finally, he reached it. He fell to his knees as his legs gave out on him, and then...
The game's explanation will be interesting because it doesn't make sense that he would have been there with his sister when they explicitly stated that they split the siblings up. Because if two of them... If she went there, then the other group would only have 8 and they would have 10. Or they'd have two siblings in one location and two siblings in another, but doesn't that kind of defeat the purpose of what they were doing? Junpei felt a cold lump form in the pit of his stomach. A feeling of sickening anticipation washed over him. He could feel his body shivering. He desperately did not want to know the answer. He feared he knew already, but he had to ask. He had to know for sure.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What's that?
The girl, Akane. What was her last name?
What does it matter to you?
Just tell me. Okay.
Seven looked at Junpei curiously and ran his tongue quickly over his dry lips.
Kurashiki. Her name was Akane Kurashiki.
Something inside of Junpei stopped. He had no words left. He had no more Junpei left. He was just a shell of flesh and bone. Seven turned to Snake.
You were there that day, weren't you? The tall kid in the jacket. That was you, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. You are correct, Detective.
Junpei's mind was blank, withdrawn from the world. Somewhere far away, he could hear Seven and Snake talking.
Don't misunderstand me. I told you before how Zero threatened me. There was nothing I could do. I couldn't say anything about what happened 9 years ago.
So you're saying you're not working for Zero, right?
Of course not.
Clover, what about you?
Hey, come on! You really think I'm working with Zero? I told you before, you idiot! I was in Nevada, in Building Q. I did hear that a detective rescued the kids on the boat, but I didn't know it was you.
Her surprise seemed to be genuine. Seven regarded Clover for a moment, rubbed his chin thoughtfully.
Well, I guess I believe you.
Clover nodded.
All right, let me ask you another question.
He stuck his hands into his pockets and took a few steps. Then he stopped and turned to face them again.
Santa's real name is Aoi Kurashiki. He's Akane's brother. You know that?
No, I didn't. Did you?
Well, yes. I know Aoi Kurashiki was her brother, but I didn't know he was Santa. At least not from the beginning. 9 years ago, he was in the middle of puberty. His voice is entirely different now. I'm ashamed to say that even my exceptional hearing wasn't able to make that connection. As such, I had no reason to think Santa was Aoi.
Oh, he definitely would have. Agreed.
When did you figure it out?
Clover told me that Santa might have been one of the subjects of the initial experiment. It was only a short while ago, while we were leaving the library. When she told me that, I had a feeling.
Santa is Aoi, Akane Kurashiki, June's brother?
That spark caught flame in Junpei's leaden mind, and the fog began to clear. Like an engine beginning to turn, images and thoughts began to coalesce in his mind, coming faster and faster, forming bigger images, bigger thoughts. Junpei blinked. He was back.
There's still a lot we don't know.
He's back!
I mean, like, a lot. But there is one thing I think we can say we know.
What's that?
The body we found in the shower room. It had to be Nijisaki, dressed up to look like Snake.
What?
Come on, man. What kind of detective are you? You didn't figure that out already?
Hey, go easy on me, man. I just got my memory back, all right? Cut me some slack.
Well,
Yeah, the dude's a fucking hero, man. Treat him like it.
Yeah, that's right. Murder. Kubota blew himself up, but that was murder too. So why did these murders take place?
If Junpei is correct, and the body in the shower room was Nijisaki's, that means all of the people who were murdered were involved with the creation of the Nonary project. Kubota, the person who conducted the actual experiments. Nijisaki, Hongo's assistant. Musashido, the man who financed the project.
You mean this was all just revenge? Santa is Zero. He's getting revenge for the death of his sister.
Why is Junpei not telling them a very important fact that really should get them to be asking more questions?
That's why he killed them.
No, I don't think Santa actually murdered anyone.
In fact, Junpei didn't think. He knew. He couldn't explain why or how, but he had no doubt that Santa had killed no one. Perhaps the madness of the last several hours were finally driving him insane, but Junpei had ceased to be surprised at his sudden knowledge, and had even begun to accept it.
If I'm right, then it's not hard to figure out who the next victim's gonna be, is it? I'm pretty sure I don't have to tell you.
Yes.
Yep.
Right.
Snake, Clover, and Seven all nodded.
The next target will be Gentaro Hongo.
The person who planned the Nonary project.
In other words, Ace.
There was a moment of silence,
What?
and then the room shook. From far away, they heard the sudden rush of water.
What the hell's going on here?
It must be 6 a.m. Our time is up.
Shit!
Come on, we need to get out of here.
How?
In the drawer that had held the picture was a key card. Junpei grabbed it.
I'm betting this sucker opens the exit. Come on, let's go.
I love how it's just conveniently not shaking anymore. Oop. The door opened and they stumbled into the library.
Huh. I think the shaking stopped.
It would seem so, but we are yet to be out of danger.
You're right. Let's hurry.
They ran across the hallway.
This exit needs the Uranus card, too.
Straight for the large metal door. Next to the door was the Uranus card reader.
Hey, Junpei.
Yeah, I know.
They slid the key card through, and the door rumbled
All right.
open.
It's open. Let's go.
Out of the library and into the hallway they ran. At the end of the hallway was a door. Junpei reached into his pocket to pull out the key as he ran toward it.
Okay, Neptune Key. Let's see if you work.
He turned it.
Yes! I think it unlocked.
The lock clicked. As one, they shoved the door open and pulled through it. In front of them was another great metal door. Above it was a metal plaque.
It says
Incinerator.
So this is the incinerator.
This is the first time I've seen it from this side, but yeah, I think so.
Then there ought to be a lever near the door.
Yeah, right here.
Junpei ran up to it.
Pull that and the door should open.
Got it.
As he spoke, he pulled the lever. The motor in the door groaned as it slowly ground open. There was no time to waste.
Let's go.
As soon as the door had opened far enough to admit them, all four dashed through. Then suddenly, there before them were the four who they'd parted from earlier. Ace and Lotus stood in front of the number 9 door. Santa was curled into a ball against the wall of the incinerator holding his stomach. And then there was June. She sat slumped against the wall, exhausted.
What the hell is going on?
Junpei ran towards June. He skidded to a stop in front of her and knelt
What's
down.
wrong?
Her face was pale and her lips dry. When she spoke, he could barely hear her.
Toby, you came to get me.
Of course I did. I made a promise.
I'm so glad you're here. So glad.
She mumbled the same words over and over. Weakly, Junpei could feel his heart breaking.
What happened to you?
I'm fine. I just fainted. I wasn't feeling very good. I'm feeling a lot better now, though.
Are you sure?
Yes. I just need to rest a little longer. I'm sure I'll be fine. You shouldn't worry about me.
She was looking towards Santa. Junpei turned to look as well.
Santa.
Santa grimaced, his face contorted in pain. Seven grabbed him by the collar and roared at him.
Hey, where is it? Where's the gun? You hide it somewhere?
Despite himself, a grunt of pain escaped Santa's lips as Seven shook him.
Don't have it. I got sucker punched and they took the gun.
What? Who took it?
What? Isn't that obvious?
I took the gun.
Ace.
They just wanted to reuse that fucking photo or that graphic again. He did indeed have the revolver in his hand.
Fucking, are you kidding me?
He did indeed have a revolver in his hand. It was pressed against Lotus's temple. Ace had her pinned to him with the other arm, and she was shaking visibly. Her fiery attitude was gone, replaced by fear. They really like the artwork they gave Ace here. They're also really proud of some other artwork that they just love to show whenever they can. She didn't dare speak. There was sweat on her forehead, and when her eyes went flickering up to the gun pressed against her, they seemed to be desperately wanting to say something.
Just what the hell do you think you're doing, Ace? Or maybe I ought to say Gentaru Hongo. See.
Seven's deep baritone rumbled, shook the walls. Ace sneered.
You have me at a disadvantage, and I don't like that. You know me, but I don't know you.
You should.
Do you have any idea how much I've suffered? Can you even begin to understand my pain?
The pain of prosopagnosia, right?
Junpei's voice was casual, or at least it was trying to be.
Another irritating insect. And how do you know that?
Good question.
Junpei couldn't say, he just knew. Another unexplainable mystery.
No matter. If you don't want to answer, it makes no difference to me. This is a waste of time anyway. It's time for me to go.
Behind Ace, Junpei could see the red. It was placed in the small indentation on the wall. Quickly, Ace placed his hand on the scanner.
First is 1. Give me your hand.
It beeped and he forced Lotus's hand onto it as well.
8. And with this...
Then at last he reached into his pocket of his jacket, pulled something out, and pressed it against the wall. The third asterisk appeared on the red. The thing he had used for the final verification was the bracelet with the number 9.
The 9th man. Kubota's bracelet.
I believe I've won this game.
His smirk made Junpei's blood boil.
I've had quite a time playing with you. I must thank Zero, I suppose.
Wait, what? Ace doesn't know who Zero is.
Junpei's eyes flicked towards Santa. He hadn't moved since they'd entered the room. Santa was still holding his stomach and groaning as if in immense pain. Junpei wasn't sure if it was real pain, but he wasn't sure it wasn't either.
What the hell are you planning, Santa?
At any rate, this game ends now. I will escape, and the rest of you will have a slightly less pleasant ending. I suggest you enjoy your final moments. Goodbye. Wait!
Ace, of course, paid no heed to Seven's request and laid hold of the lever on the red. The sickening sense of finality, he pulled it.
What? Why isn't it opening? One more time.
Lotus tried to take advantage of Ace's confusion and managed to twist herself out of his grasp, but... At the last second, he grabbed hold of her wrist and shoved it onto the red.
Open.
He waved the number 9 bracelet over the red and then his own bracelet as well. He pulled the lever a second time.
No! What is this? Why? That digital root should be 9! It has to be 9! Then why? Why isn't it opening?
Ace's fury and confusion had overridden all other thoughts. He had set down the revolver. It was just below the red. Seven chose that moment to act. He moved far faster than a man of his bulk should have been able to, and he launched that bulk straight at Ace. KO! It was over before they knew it. In the blink of an eye, Ace was on the floor. He rolled onto his side, groaning in pain. Lotus ran straight for Junpei. She darted around behind him and stuck her head out, making sure to keep Junpei between herself and Ace.
Oh, that was close. Too close. Thank you, Seven.
Don't mention it.
Seven stood over Ace, his breathing slow and heavy.
Just one punch ain't enough for this piece of shit. After what he did 9 years ago, I ought to rip him to pieces. But if a suspect can't talk, they ain't much good. Once he's locked up in a cell, we're gonna have a little chat.
9 years ago? Then you must be...
Yeah, you finally figured it out, dumbass.
Ace planted his hands on the floor and shook his head. He never heard him talk, right? All he knew is that it was a big dude, so he wouldn't recognize him by his face. Junpei walked toward him. He stopped and looked down at Ace with pity on his face.
Ace, you killed Kubota, Nijisaki, and Musashido, didn't you?
Wait, Nijisaki?
He peered at Junpei, genuinely confused.
Oh, right. You don't know yet. All right. We'll just go through them in order then. Let's start off with Kubota. You talked to Kubota and managed to convince him to go into door 5 alone.
I mean, that's the anime way of doing things. Always announce your attack, even if it's a sneak attack.
You killed him without making it look like you killed him. The way I figure it, you had 4 motives. 1. In the Nonary game, the number 9 is dangerous. Whoever had the 9 bracelet could join whatever team they wanted. Adding 9 to any number doesn't change the digital route. Which means that you wanted to remove that threat as soon as possible. 2. You wanted the number 9 bracelet for yourself, so that you could make use of its power. In fact, you did use it in the murder of Nijisaki. 3. Even if his number hadn't been 9, Kubota was a problem. He knew your past. He knew what had happened 9 years before. You needed to silence him before he told anyone. 4. But last, and perhaps the most disturbing, you used Kubota as a test. You wanted to know how serious this Nonary game was. Was it truly life or death, or simply a harmless prank? You convinced him to break the rules so you could see what would happen. That was why you killed Kubota. But he was only the first. Next was Nijisaki. While everyone was off looking for the missing parts for the Reds, you ran into Nijisaki near the big hospital room. However, because of your prosopagnosia, you didn't realize he was Nijisaki, chiefly because, when you met him, he was dressed like Snake. That was why you thought Nijisaki was Snake.
No, that's not... That was Nijisaki? Why? How did...
I'll get to that. Anyway, you thought he was Snake. Snake was one of the kids in your experiment 9 years ago. You remembered him because he was the blind kid, but his presence made you think. Snake was one of my subjects 9 years ago. He probably hates me. But if that's true, why is he keeping quiet because he can't see? Or perhaps he's working with Zero to get revenge on me. Whatever the reason, anyone who knows my past is a threat. Before he tries anything, I need to get rid of him. That was when you decided you had to kill him. The murder weapon was Kubota's bracelet. You just waved it over the red. Verified your own number and then grabbed Nijisaki's arm and forced it over the scanner panel. Then, when the door opened, you kicked him in. 9 seconds later, the door closed. And then 81 seconds passed. And poor Nijisaki was dead.
And you mean to say... Snake is still alive?
Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm as good as new. Thank you for killing the wrong man. But I can't say I like knowing that you wanted me dead. Although, to be honest, even if you hadn't tried to kill me, I would still hate you very much.
Well, I wouldn't blame you.
Ace's self-derision... Ace's self-derision was frustrating, but Junpei kept his emotions in check and continued.
Last but not least, let's talk about Musashido's death. When Clover and I were investigating the chart room, you came over to talk to me. Do you remember what you said?
Oh, a pocket watch. Might I take a look at it?
I handed it to you, and you left the room. You had been in charge of the Nonary project. Of course you would have known the solution to every puzzle, which would mean that you also knew how to get out of the wheelhouse. All you had to do was place the watch in the indentation on the door to unlock it. With the door open, you could enter the captain's quarters. Musashido was there. Conveniently placed next to him was an axe that practically begged you to kill him with it. You picked up that axe and buried the blade deep in the other man's chest. One blow was all it took.
No, there's a concept that explains what's happening. It's really cleverly done, even though it doesn't entirely make sense, at least not yet. Maybe there's something that ties it all together, but I still like how they did it. And it's something that's like explained throughout the course of the game. So it's not just like random or explained with like time travel or something like that, which ugh.
And then you returned to the chart room as if nothing had happened.
There was something I wanted to speak with you about, Junpei. Could you come with me for a moment?
Well, I don't know, like, he had to have been drugged just like Nijisaki was too, right? Because otherwise, why would he let the dude just come in and... I guess he knew Ace. He knew Ace. So I guess if he saw him walk in, he probably wouldn't have assumed Ace was gonna kill him.
I had no reason to say no, so I followed you to the wheelhouse. When we stepped inside, remember how you slipped your hand into my vest? You pulled out a piece of paper, the one I used to cheat during the vote. But that wasn't really what you were after. Your true purpose had been to slip the watch into my pocket. It wasn't a very good plan. Had way too many holes, and someone saying the wrong thing could have brought it all down around you. You must have been desperate, but what made you willing to risk it all to do it? Ace.
That was the only thing Junpei hadn't been... That was the only thing Junpei hadn't been able to figure out.
Musashido's murder is the only one I don't understand. You obviously did it, but why?
Because of this.
Slowly, Ace reached down and pulled something out of his pocket. It was a folded piece of paper.
What's with the paper?
Just read it.
Junpei took it and opened it. This was what it said.
Number 1. There are 2 ways you might survive this ordeal. The first is to win the Nonary game. The second is for you to confess your sins of 9 years past. I have prepared a camera in the captain's quarters. The images captured by that camera will be streamed through a satellite and distributed across the world. Simply look into the camera and repent. Once you have confessed everything, I will release you from this ship. To make your confession more credible, I have left you a witness in the captain's quarters. Perhaps he will confess with you. The decision is yours. Do as you please, Zero.
When I awoke in that room on D-Deck, I found that in my pocket. That was why I chose door 1 when we voted. If I went through that door, I knew I could get to the captain's quarters. As you said, I knew how to enter the wheelhouse. My plan was to find the pocket watch before anyone else. If I could, then my alibi would be set. At least, that was the plan. Unfortunately for me, you got to it first. That sleight of hand was the best I could manage on short notice.
You meant to kill him from the beginning then? Musashido, I mean.
I only knew Musashido was the witness after I reached the captain's quarters. I asked him, and he answered. He seemed groggy. Perhaps he had only just awoken from sedation. I suppose Nijisaki was in much the same state. He seemed confused and disoriented when I encountered him. But yes, you are correct. I intended to kill him from the beginning, even though I didn't know who he was. I proceeded to the captain's quarters in order to remove this so-called witness.
Ace had confessed everything. What energy he had left with him. What energy he had left him with. What energy he had left with him. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. What energy he had left. What energy he had left him with the truth. And he sagged on his knees. Although he had confessed, his sins were not forgiven. Junpei felt revulsion for the pathetic man on the floor near his feet. And among the revulsion was a hint of pity. After all, Ace had not been the only person who murdered those 3 men.
Congratulations!
Junpei spoke quietly.
Ace, you figured it out, haven't you? You were being manipulated.
Yes, so it would seem.
So it would seem.
I was little more than a puppet, in many ways. Everywhere I went, everything was already prepared. The Reds in the large hospital room were dismantled. Nijisaki was dressed like Snake.
All right, later, Cap. Enjoy your playthrough. And thank you again for joining the student body.
There was an axe in the captain's quarters. Musashido was delirious from the anesthetic, so he couldn't fight back. Nijisaki as well. In retrospect, I can't understand how I could have fallen into such a simple trap. But yes, this was a trap. It was Zero's trap. And I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. I did everything he wanted me to do.
Yeah. By manipulating you, Zero was able to kill 3 people and keep the blood off his own hands. All of this was revenge for what happened 9 years ago. That's why this Nonary game happened. Am I right, Santa?
Junpei looked over at Santa. As Junpei spoke, he stood up, his legs still shaky.
Huh? What the hell are you talking about? I don't know any...
Ain't no point trying to play dumb anymore, Santa. Actually, I guess I should call you Aoi Kurashiki, huh?
Evan's face was sad as he spoke.
The memory came back to me, kid. You're Aoi Kurashiki, no doubt about it. Never thought I'd be back in this room talking to you. But hey, I guess this was all part of your plan, right? After all, the person who planned the Nonary game this time around was Zero, and Zero's you.
Looks like you really do have your memories back, huh?
Santa's smile was sarcastic and something else.
Well, I guess there's no point in hiding it then, huh? Yeah, you got me. I'm Aoi Kurashiki. I was one of the kids in the Nonary game 9 years ago. I made it out. So did Snake over there. But there's one thing... No, I guess there's 2 things you got wrong. Number 1, I ain't Zero.
What?
Wait, what?
Sure, I was helping Zero out, but I'm really more of an assistant, like a secretary. But an assistant's only an assistant. I didn't come up with all this. All I did was follow Zero's orders.
Then, if you're not Zero, who is?
Calm down there, Junpei. Didn't I say 2 things? You made one more mistake, Junpei. You just said all of this was revenge for what happened 9 years ago. That's why this Nonary game happened. But that's not it. Revenge isn't the only purpose. There's another reason you guys were playing the Nonary game. To save someone.
Save someone?
Right. You were brought here to help my sister, to save Akane.
What the hell are you talking about? Akane Kurashiki died 9 years ago in this room. I was there. I saw...
Suddenly, Seven froze. His eyes went as wide as dinner plates, and he spun around toward June. Junpei followed his gaze.
What?
She was gone. Where June had been, there was nothing.
What the hell? Where is she? Where's Akane Kurashiki?
Seven began to mumble to himself, a strange series of words strung together as if his mind wasn't functioning properly. His face was twisted with effort, as though he was struggling with something they couldn't see. He gritted his teeth and pressed his hands against the sides of his head.
My head! My head, it feels like it's gonna pop.
Seven! What the hell is going on?
I don't know, I just... I swear to God, my head feels like it's about to explode!
From somewhere far away, they all heard a deep, heavy noise. It sounded like a tremendous wheel slowly beginning to turn. Santa seemed to have entered an almost trance-like state. His words were calm and measured.
What was the Nonary Project? I'm sure you know already, but I'll tell you one more time. It was a project designed to test a particular phenomenon. And what was that phenomenon? For 2 organisms to communicate with one another in the absence of physical contact. The morphogenetic field theory. Could human beings use these invisible fields to exchange information? That was what this experiment was conducted to determine. There were 2 separate locations. One was the Gigantic, and the other was a building in Nevada called Building Q. The 9 children trapped in Building Q were faced with numerous puzzles, copies of identical ones in the Gigantic.
I love how she comes to make sure that to check on me. Make sure that the big bag garbage men aren't attacking me. You good? We all good now? You okay? You gone? You scare him away? Do your job? Meet my assistant. Did Incog say something about something being vague and ambiguous or orange related? If so, yeah, you're lucky Devin got to it first.
They were told to send their answers into the morphic field set and transmit them to their brothers and sisters on the Gigantic. The transmitters were put in Building Q, and the receivers were put on the Gigantic. Each sibling pair was supposed to be split up, but there was a mistake. Akane was a transmitter. She should have been in Building Q. However, for some reason, she was placed on the Gigantic with the receivers, like me. Perhaps she was mistaken for someone who was supposed to be in Group A. Whatever the case, Akane ended up on the Gigantic.
Well, wouldn't they have figured that? Maybe not. Maybe they were too careless. I can't imagine people that set this shit up would be too careless to get that detail wrong.
I think I've told you enough. You get it, don't you? I'm pretty sure you know where this is going, Junpei.
Where what is going?
Don't play dumb. You know things you shouldn't. Things you couldn't. How did you know Ace had prosopagnosia? How did you know why Ace wanted to kill Kubota and how Nichisaki was killed? Were you surprised when you found out Ace was Hongo? And what about the coffin Snake was trapped in? How the hell did you open it?
Well, that's...
The answer to that is easy. He knew because I knew. Junpei was receiving information that I sent to him through the morphic field set. It's simple, really. How do I know the alternate futures, then? Imagine a river that splits in two like an upside-down Y. The river flows from the top to the bottom from a single stream into two branches. It only flows in one direction. It can never flow backward. Information is the same way. It moves from the past to the future, but never flows backward. That's why people at the river's source in the past will never know about those downstream in the future. But the people downstream will never know about one another either. Information only flows along the path of the river, but I am different. I can manipulate the morphic field set to pluck knowledge from the future. I know what happens on either fork of the river, even though the people on either fork know nothing about one another. Now, who am I? I am I, the 9th letter of the alphabet, but I am also 0. No. That's not true. I'm not really 0, not yet. Perhaps you could say I'm less than 0. 0 is my future. In 9 years, I will be 0. Where did she go? Oh, my lovely. Ba-da-doon-doon-doon-doon. Where do you go? June. No, Connie. Where'd you go?
Santa!
Why is Clover? Oh, shit.
Freeze.
Santa's got a gun. Guess he picked it up when we weren't watching. Looks like he's turned the tables on Ace, though. Wonder how he likes having a gun to his head.
Get up.
Sure isn't about to take that gun off him for a minute, is he? Ace isn't putting up any kind of fight. I mean, I don't think I would either. He just looks drained. I guess he's hoping for the door, huh? I guess he's going for the door, huh? Doesn't need to verify to go through that door, but...
Hey, what's your plan, Santa? What are you doing?
You can't get through any numbered doors with just 2 people. What the hell is he thinking?
Didn't I tell you? I'm Santa Claus. It's time for me to go make a wish come true.
That's it? That's all he's gonna give us? The hell does that even mean? Shit, they're out. And now the gate's shut. Looks like the rest of us are stuck in here. They're all looking at me. At least Seven's headache is gone. He seems to be alright. Well, I guess there's no harm in trying. Let's see if this door still opens.
Damn. Well, it looks like this door isn't opening anytime soon.
Oh, you mean we're trapped?
So it would seem.
What the hell is Santa trying to do?
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, what?
Have you considered where we are? There can really only be one thing Santa would do now.
No. No, you can't be serious.
Oh, but he is. Shit! We've gotta do something. Maybe we can still get out through door 9. There's the red. Yeah, alright, we can do this. I've just gotta... Well, it's not gonna work. There's no way. The 5 of us can't open this door. Is there any combination that'll work?
Junpei, can I borrow your pen and notebook?
Sure, why not? I don't think I'm gonna need them. Ever again. Well, she certainly looks purposeful. Looks like she's writing equations. A lot of them. Huh? Aw, man, she doesn't look very happy. What? Hey, no need to be ripping out pages like that. Jeez.
What the hell are you doing, Clover?
Might need that
Give me
later. When I'm dead. Alright, at least 7 got it away from her. Maybe now I can get a look at what she was writing. Let's see.
What?
And there's no other way?
Lotus. Looks like she'd figured it out, though. Man, this is just too cruel.
It's okay. Go.
Lotus.
Come on, you know we can't do that.
Oh, don't give me that. I'm sure you'd love to get rid of me.
God damn it, you idiot!
Whoa, where the hell did that come from? Looks like she expected that about as much as I did.
Without... if you're not... Look, it'd be bad, alright?
For a cop, he sure doesn't have much confidence.
Bad?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cute.
If there weren't assholes like you around, I'd be out of a job.
Wow, what a way to say I really like you. Worst flirt ever. Just think about using that pickup line. Hey, beautiful. If there were assholes like you around, I wouldn't have a job. Wait, where the...
Uh-huh.
Look, I'm just not leaving you behind, alright? End of story.
7.
He's right. I'm not leaving you either.
Me too.
You didn't honestly think I'd abandon you, did you?
You're all idiots.
Act as tough as you want, Act as tough as you want, Lotus. We can all see you're about to cry.
That being said, however, I doubt we would be able to open the door anyway, even if we were to leave Lotus behind.
Huh? Why?
I trust you remember what happened to Ace. I couldn't, see exactly what happened, but I was able to guess what he was attempting to do earlier at the Red.
Oh, yeah.
No! What is this? Why? The digital route should be 9! It has to be 9! Then why? Why isn't it opening?
Just to see, why don't we give it a shot?
Give it a shot.
Yes, that is what I said.
You were right.
It ain't opening.
But it did open 9 years ago. The digital route was 9 then, I'm sure of it.
You think maybe they changed the settings?
Perhaps.
Shit. We can't get through the door, we can't get out. Walls are way too high, and there's no way in hell we could get to that whole 7 popped out of 7 years ago. All we can do is stand here and stare at the floor with a 9 on it. Guess this is it. This is the end. I was watching. I had watched everything that was reflected in his eyes. I was listening. Every sound that vibrated in his eardrums I heard. Smell, taste, touch. I felt everything he felt. I knew everything about him. What he was thinking, what he was feeling, what he was sensing. All of his feelings and worries and fears became mine. My mind, my consciousness was inside of him. That's romantic. Through the morphic field set, we were resonant and we were as one. I was him, and at the same time I was an observer. It started with a tremendous noise like a clap of thunder. That was approximately 9 hours ago. A bomb had gone off on the ship we were on. That was when my resonance with him began. My resonance even melted into him and we became one. Inside of Junpei. Somehow I found myself in Junpei's mind, 9 years in the future. But I didn't lose myself. I was living in 2 realities at once. One was the present and the other was the future. Perhaps you can think of it as 2 movies showing on the same screen at the same time. Eventually it becomes difficult to separate them and determine which movie is which. However, if I concentrated, I was able to focus on one or the other. That was why I was able to grasp what was happening in front of me.
Come on, over here!
That was my brother, Aoi. He was yelling. I followed him. Around me were 7 other children. They all looked like they were about my age.
Come on, hurry up!
We ran down a long, straight hallway and burst into the large hospital room. Everyone was arguing. 2 of the boys got into a fist fight. The girl watching them began to cry. I want to go home, she cried. I want to go home. Another girl slapped the crying girl and glared down at her. It has been 2 hours since the Nonary game began. We were starting to fall apart. Just when all hope seemed lost, Light started talking. He was blind. 9 years later, we would call him Snake.
Hello? Everyone? Could you come over here for a moment?
He was older than most of us, and his voice had authority and dignity. The fights died down, and we gathered around him.
I have a little sister. She is very important to me. Right now, she is over in Building Q, and is desperately trying to send information over to me. Her name is Clover, and today is her 9th birthday.
As he spoke, he pulled something from his pocket. In his hand were 9 4-leaf clovers.
I was going to give these to her as a birthday present. I was outside picking them when I was abducted. I'm sure I've already told you, but I am blind. For a man who can't see, collecting 9 of a very specific plant is, well, it is difficult. But my sister means a great deal to me. And I hope that these would show her how much I cared for her. Since it's her 9th birthday, I thought 9 4-leaf clovers would be appropriate. Every one of you has a brother or a sister in Building Q with Clover. For their sake, we have to survive. If we're going to do that, there are 3 things you have to remember. We need trust and love and we have to have faith in one another. If we can take all three of those to heart, then I promise that good luck will come our way. Did you know that the leaves on the four-leaf clover mean faith, trust, love, and luck? Those words are leaf words. So if you believe what I've told you, and you understand, then I want you each to have one of these. They're a promise between friends.
He gave a clover to each of us. I took one too. Eventually, he was left with only a single four-leaf clover. He had one last thing to say.
Don't ever forget, so long as you have that, we will always be connected. Do you understand?
When he finished, the tension of only a few minutes before was gone. We were calm. After that, we ran around the ship for a while longer and opened several of the numbered doors until we finally found a door with the number 9 on it. In fact, there were 2 doors with 9 on them, and we found them in the chapel. We split into 2 groups and walked through the doors. Not a coincidence, I assume, that the children were able to get through together without killing one another. Before long, we all found ourselves in a room with a ceiling that looked like an upside-down funnel. For some reason, this room had another number 9, but this time it was only one. It was the only one. But if there was only one door, that meant only 5 people could escape.
What are we gonna do? There aren't any other doors.
We began to panic. Then, as if things had not gotten bad enough already.
Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged.
What? What's happening? What did that thing say? That didn't sound good.
My brother always swallowed hard and
I
answered.
think it means this room is gonna burn.
Burn!
The plaque on the door says incinerator, and that voice said that the incineration is about to start. And incinerate means to burn.
Facecam is blocking what the mode is called. Now you can just say what it is. Oh god. Yeah, that's true. Thank you for the $5. This up here. Well, actually, hold on. Let me just move it. It says IncogNotorious instead of the normal novel or whatever. My wife came by and ate half of these. Believe the nerve of her? Besides, that seems terrible. Nothing but orange candies? That much of them? You know, it's not good, but that is a lot better than the juice. No. I don't think she liked them at all. I think she did it just because she needed, like, sugar. And we didn't have anything else in the house. Except I'd rather just eat a spoonful of sugar. I don't know, somebody might have clipped it. I did it over the course of an hour. I guess the most relevant clip would have been the original pour, which was disgusting, and then the first sip.
Help me!
Abject terror filled the room as everyone began to scream and cry. Every pair of eyes were filled with despair. Then, high up on the wall, a door opened and a man appeared. He was a huge, frightening mountain of a man as large as a bear. 9 years later, we would call him
Don't
Seven.
worry, kids. I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys. I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you.
The rest happened just like Seven had said it did. The 4 of us who had stayed behind were saved by Seven. We We crawled through the vent, away from the incinerator, and slid down into the hall. We came out on the other side of door 9. On the wall opposite the door was a set of double doors. We went through those and began to run up the spiral stairs. As we ran, I led the way. Behind me were Nona, my brother Aoi, Snake, and Seven. So yeah, that was one of Lotus's kids. The other children, the ones who'd gone through door 9 before us, were up ahead. I could hear them cheering each other on. We ran and ran and ran. We leapt across as many stairs as we could and kept running. The stairs spiraled upward like a tornado. Eventually, I pulled ahead of the rest. Perhaps Nona had slowed them down. I didn't want to lose them, so I slowed down as well. I didn't stop, but I glanced over my shoulder from time to time to see if they had caught up. That was when I realized...
Where is it? Did I drop Jumpy's present?
That might be the single saddest thing in a game that I've experienced on stream before. At least I don't remember ever feeling this way before. I knew I'd had it with me when we passed through the vent. Then, had I dropped it as we slid out? I had to go back, I had to. But I knew I couldn't tell the others. It would stop me, I was sure of that. You mean sad, question mark? The reason she died or got burned or whatever fucking happened is because she had a present that she had to give to the boy she loves, and that's why she gets caught. And we are that boy. How is that not utterly heartbreaking? And we're talking about a kid here. I didn't stop to think, I simply moved. I ran to the central hall, the room that connected to all the other areas of the ship. I hid in the shadows, and moments later I felt a rush of wind as they ran past me up the staircase. I waited until they were out of sight, and then I ran. I moved as quietly as I could, down and down and down. Finally, I reached the bottom deck. I ran into the hallway and looked around frantically.
There it is!
It was just where I thought it'd be, sitting under the opening of the vent. I ran over and snatched it from the floor, but as I ran back toward the stairs in freedom... The door to the incinerator opened and a man stepped out. It was Hongo. Gentaro Hongo. 9 years later, we would call him Ace.
How wonderful to see you decided to come back.
His smile made my blood run cold. It looked mechanical, as if someone had pulled up the corners of his
Come
mouth.
with me. We must continue the experiment.
I shook my head, eyes wide. I mean, Danganronpa has some shit to it. Even Ace Attorney. I guess the big difference with Ace Attorney is that most of the really sad stuff isn't like a game-long burn. It's normally like self-contained within a case. Usually. But I can't even think of another game I played that was on the channel. Maybe Doki Doki, but that wasn't my first playthrough. I had already played the game. That's probably not it for me. I'd have to think about it. Hey, Keith. $5. Any chance of playing Ace Attorney Dual Destinies on stream at some point? That one gets intense. Yes, we are going to play Dual Destinies. It never gets better. It never gets better. Yeah. We're going to play Great Ace Attorney 2 first, but then we'll get to Dual Destinies. It'll be a few months, though, just because Great Ace Attorney is going to take a couple months at least. And then I'll probably play the second Zero Escape game. And then we'll go to Dual Destinies. Oh, really? I didn't know that existed. Is it on a YouTube channel? Does he have his own YouTube channel? I would love to watch that. These? So there was a period of time a couple years ago. It was about a year ago, actually, where I was playing, there were two things that were happening. One is my thumb started hurting, and two was that my finger here, my middle finger on this hand started to like bulge because it was rubbing against the controller so often. This was when I was using the Xbox One controller, or Xbox One controller a lot. For whatever reason, the way I hold it, it's bad for the joint on my right middle finger. And it's back to where it is now, thank God. But yeah, I bought these originally to take care of those things because they're supposed to help stabilize your hand, which they are. They're very they're stiff, and they also prevent that sort of friction from being a problem. Anyways, I hadn't worn them in a while, but recently, as I've been like clicking and as I've been on the PC more, that thumb pain started coming back, and it's supposed to help not necessarily prevent, but mitigate any type of like arthritic pain or any like joint pain like that, because it keeps it all stable. And so I started wearing them again recently, and I haven't had the pain since. Eczema. I used to have a problem with eczema when I was a lot younger. For whatever reason, I don't anymore, but I remember that being something I had very consistently. Oh, is it like a Twitch stream? And then, okay, I just have to find them on YouTube then. I mean, I wear the other one because, like, well, I have one on. So if there could potentially be a problem with the left hand, I'd like to get ahead of it. Because they're comfortable. They just make me look douchey. Which I've never had a problem with. Wouldn't it depend on the material of the glove? I agree. Oh yeah, and the other time it was a big problem was whenever I'm actually like seriously speedrunning, because of like how practicing Iceless on Mega Man X is just painful. Because it is a very painful movement to be doing over and over and over and over again in practice, and these really help. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Yeah, no, I this game was really good, so I plan on playing the rest. I expected it to be good. I didn't expect it to be bad. Just confirmation. You always want to, let it play out before committing to, Slowly, I began to walk backwards. 1 step, 2 step, 3 steps. Then I spun around and broke into a run. I felt Hongo's hand close over my left wrist.
I said, come with me.
There was an edge of insanity to his voice now. I pulled as hard as I could.
Stop! Let go of me! Let go!
I shook my body and flailed my arms, trying desperately to get Hongo to let go of me. But I was still only a child. I was no match for a man like Hongo.
Stop struggling, goddammit! Do as I tell you!
He heaved on my arm, trying to pull me into the incinerator. I screamed.
Help me! Somebody help me!
Then suddenly, the door to the stairs flew open. My brother Aoi burst out of it. Behind him came Seven and Snake.
Akane!
He cried my name again as he leapt toward Hongo.
You came back!
I cried out, but then
You're too late, idiot!
Hongo threw his full weight against my arm, pulling us both into the incinerator. The force of it threw me to the floor. I scrambled to my feet and looked toward the open number 9 door. Hongo stood between it and me, but behind him, I could see my brother, his fists clenched. But those fists never reached Hongo. I could see why one might think Mega Man X7 is the best one if that were literally the only Mega Man game they'd ever played. Or arguably if you only played X6 and X7, because X6 is also very, very, very bad. I would say that's more than a hot take. That's like Type O star heat level tape. Are Type O's the big blue massive super fucking hot stars? That's fair. It's even better if you find the cheesy voice acting charming, which I do personally. But X4 is really good. With the cold, heartless screech of metal on metal, the door slammed shut. Hongo glanced at me mechanically, his face registering that there was an object there, but not anything he would consider a human being. Then he turned away and walked to the red that sat next to the door. He reached into his pocket and removed 2 bracelets. He waved them both over the scanner panel. 2 asterisks appeared on the red. He checked the screen, then tossed the bracelets carelessly onto the floor. What was he doing? What was the point? He made no effort to explain himself, of course. He said nothing at all and walked past me as though I was with nothing more than a rock by the roadside. A few moments later, the other 2 doors slid shut as well. Faintly, I could hear someone pounding on the door behind me. I turned around and ran toward the door with the 9.
Akane! Akane! Are you okay?
I could hear a voice from the other side of the door. A worried, frightened voice.
Help me!
My throat was already raw, but I screamed as loud as I could. My voice echoed lonely around the empty room.
What should I do? I think I'm trapped in here.
Where's Hongo?
He went out the other door.
What?
Then it started again.
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. incineration will begin in
And now we're in Junpei vision.
18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately.
Holy shit! Man, I knew what it was gonna say, but that is one hell of a creepy voice.
I knew it!
It's starting.
Santa started the incinerator.
Fuck! Man, I never thought I'd hear that damn voice again after 9 years.
What the hell? What the hell? What in God's name are you talking about? It's 9 years this and 9 years that, and when it's not 9 years something, then you're talking about some sort of fucking experiments. You aren't making any sense.
I'm sorry, Lotus, but we really don't have time to explain it right now. I promise, I'll tell you everything once we get out of here.
But
Incineration will begin.
That's really funny.
17 minutes.
You know what that means, right? Incinerate means burn.
Thanks for the education, Clover.
what kind of idiot do you think I am? I know what incinerate means.
Well,
God damn it. Okay, fine.
Well?
I won't ask anything else. Talk about whatever you want. But you have to do something for me. 7, figure this out.
What?
Just shut up and stop this thing.
How the hell?
There has to be some sort of emergency shut-off button.
There isn't anything like that.
How the hell do you know?
Because I looked for it 9 years ago.
Lotus's eyebrow twitches furiously. Yeah, Lotus isn't happy about that. Can't really blame her. Wait, the floor, it's moving. What else can I say about it, but...
What the hell is that?
What is that?
What else could I say? The floor opened and a machine rose up out of it. It looked like a computer. At least, it kind of did. There was a monitor, a keyboard, and a cross-shaped device of some kind. Something about the machine scared me, but I forced myself to walk up to it. I was terrified. Tears poured down my face. I wiped them off, even as more took their place, and forced myself forward. Finally, I reached it. I looked at the screen. It was blank. All I saw was my own frightened face staring back at me from the glass, drenched in tears. All I can see on the screen is a reflection of my own face. I'm looking kind of freaked out. I know I'm sweating like crazy, but seeing it kind of drives it home. Okay, Junpei, calm down, alright? Everything's gonna be okay. Ugh. Man, I wish that thing would just shut up.
Incineration will begin in 15.
15 minutes! Yeah, we get it. We can do math. Alright, back to this thing. If it's only showing up now, then it's gotta be important. But what the hell am I supposed to do with it?
Hey, move!
Hey, we're all tense, lady. That doesn't mean you get to shove people around.
Okay, it's turned on. There's nothing on the screen, though. Oh, this is bad. This is really bad. If there's nothing on here, how are we supposed to do anything with it?
Sure, I'll just push buttons. I'm sure that'll... Huh? Well, at least it's on now. It's on the screen, though.
What is this?
What's up?
It looks like some sort of puzzle.
It's got a bunch of numbers and letters scattered across a 5x5 grid. The numbers range from 1 to 8.
do you think that if we solve this puzzle...
The incinerator will stop? Yeah. Well, we can hope, right?
That's a common misconception. Alright, puzzle, how do you work? Oh man, that goddamn voice again.
Incineration will begin 13.
Shit, 13 minutes. Can we really do this? My heart feels like it's gonna pop. My heart was pounding like it was about to explode. I stared at the puzzle on the screen. I was sure I had to solve it somehow, but I had no idea how. My connection to Jumpy had been gone for a while. His mind was gone. I couldn't get any more information from him. I felt the seconds tick by as I stared at the screen, completely lost. My cheeks felt hot as tears poured over them. Then I heard a voice.
Hey, what are you doing?
It was muffled. I turned around. Pressed against the window in the entry door was a face, a frightening evil face. It was Hongo. Why had he been watching me?
Don't know what to do.
He was yelling, but his voice was still muffled.
It's simple, really. But I suppose I might as well tell you. Just solve the puzzle on that machine.
Okay, so I'll be honest here. Let's say their whole thing was we want to be able to control people. That's their goal. And in order to do that, this, we think, is the only way we're going to be able to achieve that goal. Do you know what doesn't have to be a part of that goal? Gleeful, maniacal laughter. I guess the explanation could be is that he's trying to add to her sense of danger by intentionally being a fucking freak. But, like, literally all this could just be done with, like, cold, emotionless, like, approach. Like I said, I suppose you could say he's doing it to add on to the danger, but this just seems cartoonish. Well, he's gone into cartoonish supervillainy mode. His laughter was muffled by the door, but it still tore at my heart like the claws of a vicious monster. I bit my lip and glared at Hongo, struggling to hold back hot tears.
You're a terrible person! I hate you!
Yeah, GLaDOS was a really good... Well, I mean, like, he's the leader of a pharmaceutical company, and they're doing experimentations for this ultimate goal. Being an evil genius doesn't really add, or being an evil, maniacal, cartoonish supervillain doesn't really add anything to it, other than, like, it's seemingly just contradicting how he was acting in some of the other situations. Not that he couldn't be both. He is a psychopath, after all. Actually... Hold on, sorry. I need this. I need to know this for my own. I guess he would be more of a sociopath than a psychopath. Or I guess you could just say he has antisocial personality disorder, and they can both kind of fit into that.
Oh my! How could you call a gentleman such as myself a terrible person? That's not very nice. I'm quite fair. I don't use tricks or play dirty. You see? I've even left you a way out.
It doesn't, but I mean, 9 years can change a face. I mean, he's also supposed to be incredibly distorted. Yeah, but he did it. There was nothing to me that's made it seem like he was outwardly gleeful about it. Just inwardly felt a certain way.
A way out?
Didn't you hear me? All you have to do is solve that puzzle. Do that, and you can stop the incinerator.
That's a good point, too. because we're looking at it from Akane's point of view, she could see him different than how Junpei was seeing him.
What's the point of stopping it? You'll only capture me and make me do this all again. I'm not going to listen to you. If you're just going to throw me back in here, I might as well just die now.
But you really don't want to burn to death.
My goodness,
I assure
haven't
you.
listened to anything I've said. I told you, I'm a fair man.
Huh?
If you solve the puzzle, the verification function of the red will in turn activate. If this experiment is to deliver valid results, there must be a chance of success. If you succeed, you will escape.
The verification function of the red?
And I remembered. Before Hongo left the room, he had scanned 2 bracelets into the red.
Ah, so you do remember. Right now there are 2 numbers in the red. The first is 1, and the second is 3. Say, Akane, what's your number?
I looked down at my left hand. Based on my bracelet showed a 5. Well, she had Jumpy's number. Or she gave Jumpy her number. I ran to the door with the 9 on it. I grabbed the red and put my hand against the scanner panel.
You really aren't one for listening, are you?
The way he delivered that line, like you could just see him going, oh, God, damn it, this kid. I heard Hongo's muffled voice from across the room.
I've already told you, didn't I? Once you solve the puzzle, the verification function of the red will activate. In other words, if you haven't solved the puzzle, you can't enter your number. What kind of fool are you?
Having burned to death last month, exactly. And I can tell you, it's not pleasant. Or I've died a lot of ways, and that is not one of my favorites.
Why are you doing this?
You could never understand. You don't know what it's like to spend every day surrounded by monkeys. Now start the experiment.
I can't! I don't know how!
Of course you don't! Isn't that the point? You understand, don't you? Access the morphogenetic field and find the solution!
I can't!
Then you'll die. You'll burn alive. It's gonna be quite hot in there in a few minutes.
See, like that whole second part of that little thing was he could have left it at you'll burn alive. But no, dude had to add a hot joke.
I imagine it will be very painful.
Max. But what if really he was just laughing like, but that's how she interpreted it. Laughter is how he communicates. That's just his preferred form of dialogue. This horrible laugh echoed across the room, and even after his face disappeared from the window, I could hear it. Dude was still laughing!
10 minutes.
Kind of worried about him. I was crying, great gulping sobs broken by hiccups that shook my body. I was terrified. I could feel my fear pressing down on me like a tremendous weight. So this is going to be really interesting. So we're going to save each other, even though one thing happened in the past and one happened in the future. That's still... Ugh. And that's why it had to happen. I stared at the monitor.
I can't. I just can't. There's no way. I can't figure this out.
What was I going to do? I didn't know. I didn't even know where to start. Fear scattered my thoughts, and all I could think of was how I was going to die. My palms were sweaty. My blood was boiling in my veins. It was hot, so hot. I couldn't breathe. I felt dizzy. My heart roared in my chest as if it would pound itself to pieces. I reached into my pocket. I wrapped my hand around the thing I'd come back to get, the doll Jumpy had given me. At least I had that. I held it tight with both hands. Oh, right. It wasn't even something she got him. It was what he gave her. Duh. Forgot about that. At least I had that. Held it tight with both hands and prayed.
Help me, Jumpy. Help me. Help me. Help me. Jumpy! 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 Please! Help me! Jumpy!
Akane?
Akane?
Who the hell is Akane?
Lotus is seriously losing it. What are these words you guys keep saying?
Shut up! Just shut the hell up!
Seven and Lotus don't understand. I think Clover and Snake have an idea, though. Clover's looking at me, and I think Snake may have figured it out. Oh, it doesn't matter. They're in my way. Where'd she go? Maybe over here?
Akane! Akane! Can you hear me? Akane! Say something!
Fuck! Did something break our connection? I swear I just heard her. Shit!
Akane! Answer me! Akane!
Jumpy?
I spun around. I heard a voice. His voice. I looked around. He wasn't in the room, of course, but I'd heard it so clearly. Like he was right there.
Jumpy!
I screamed as loud as I could.
Akane!
Jumpy!
You know, okay, so they did it fine. But I honestly, like, if I were doing this, if I had put this together, my transition would more have been of like a, would have been more of a phase shift. Like phase from one, image to the next. Because I think that communicates that, like, shift in time a little better. I mean, like I said, the way they do it is fine, but, like, I immediately thought, like, oh, this would be even cooler if it was, like, if they'd done it in, like, a phase shift sort of way. That's her. She's there. And that means...
Akane! Akane!
Are you in an incinerator right now?
Yes, I am! How did you know?
Oh, that's cool. Since she, yeah, that makes sense. The DS version would have done that. I couldn't believe that he knew that. Now I understand what Santa meant.
There's only one way to help her. You were brought here to help my sister. To save Akane.
I mean, this is still good. I don't regret not playing the DS version because of this one thing.
Incineration will begin in 7 minutes.
Jumpy, we don't have time!
Oh, Jesus, Keith. The neat thing about the DS version is that Junpei's vision is the top screen and Akane's version is the bottom screen. This also implies that Akane is viewing future Junpei's path through the Nonary game the entire time. Which is really cool, because I do think that communicates it more clearly earlier on in this sequence. Like, when you first go into her... Because, like, at first, you're putting it together, but I think that makes it, like, very clear what's going on. Like, right away. Also, Jesus. We're actually at 30. I haven't been adding these, because I've been bad. Thank you for the 20 bucks, Keith. Oh, yeah, I mean, that's... As somebody who... Like, I had a DS, but I never had a bunch of games. I was always very impressed. My tongue, like, froze for a second. I was always very impressed. Also, why is the 20 orange? By, like, the creativity of the second screen use. Yeah, if you can turn the hardware into a plot point, that's very impressive. Because, like, I grew up with Game Boy. So, like, that sort of thing Like, when I first started playing the DS, I'm like, this is going to be like random menus and stuff like that, right? Like, I don't know, whatever. No big deal. And there are a lot of games that were like that. But there are some games that just, like, I'm not sure I could have ever designed that in my lifetime. They should make that. Zero Escape, Nick Cage version. It could be like a blend. Well, I mean, the DS had its hardware limitations, right? It couldn't last forever. I don't know. There are some things that, like, people just are having trouble porting over, actually, I'm wrong. No, that's right. Certain games to the Switch for whatever reason. And I wonder if there's, like, some hardware hold up, because why wouldn't you do that with this game? I can't imagine it'd be that difficult from just, I'm not a programmer, but just use this version. It's fine. So, what I was wrong about, I thought Junpei was telling himself from an alternate reality. Which would have been cool. But also would have made no sense within the way the morphogenetic field thing was set up. There was always two people. But why would the other person be yourself? That's the same person. That doesn't make any sense. Doing it this way makes more sense, but I don't think it's as cool or clever as if it were like, you're going through different timelines and then telling yourself what to do through the morphogenetic field. But again, I understand why, because that doesn't really make sense in the way that it's set up. It has to be this way for the two transmitter and receiver thing to really work. As quickly as I could, I told him that I had to solve the puzzle in order to stop the incinerator.
Got it.
And I do. I get everything now. At last, I finally understand what all this means. I know why the Nonary game was held today. I know why we were kidnapped and brought here. It was all for this moment. All of this was planned out to lead to this one moment. And also kill those other people. Oh my god, this is insane. I can't believe it, but there's only one possible answer. June is, Zero is, Kane Kurashiki is. She recreated the history of the future that she had a glimpse of 9 years ago. She tried to save herself that way 9 years ago. No, she's trying to save herself right now. That means that there's only one thing for me to do. Even if this is all some sort of insane plan, I will save her. I will save Akane Kurashiki. I must save her no matter what.
Incineration will begin in 6 minutes.
Which is why Zero lost that one timeline and why she disappeared, right? Because he did not go to the path that would get him into the incinerator to then release her. The voice reminded me of how much time I had left.
Yeah, I know. Just hang on, all right? I promise I'll get you out of there. I'm not gonna let you die. I promise. So don't worry, all right? Just give me a few minutes, okay?
Okay.
My voice shook as I answered. It was hot in the room. It felt like my heart was on fire. 6 minutes or not, my heart burned with my feelings for him. Oh, that's so touching. Heartwarming. Alright, time to get to work, Junpei. Snake talking to them about something? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Get out of my way.
Hey, what are you...
Just trust me, okay?
Sorry, Lotus, I didn't mean to snap, but there's a lot more at stake here than your pride. Not my fucking fault you don't know anything about this. I'll apologize later, alright? Now, let's have a look at this thing. We've got numbers all over this grid. I think the panels are out of order. So I just need to switch these out? Staring at it isn't going to accomplish anything. I'll just have to try it.
Just think of what I did all those times before. I'm gonna do this on my own, with my own mind. I'm gonna solve this problem.
Normally I intentionally put those double entendres in there and see if anybody notices. That's not one I noticed that I did. Okay, so one cannot be moved. But there is another one. Now is not the time. Oh, God. Really? Did you have to do that in my face with that breath? Okay. Anything that I've done before. Oh, what? Oh, okay. Right. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to do. Yeah. Okay. That made sense. So then 7's up there. I wish I had the base 10 shit up for me. Because I don't remember what each fucking letter is offhand, especially after, like, F. Does it change if I... Oh yeah, it does. Okay. I'm just gonna do it this way because it's easier. No. Nope, that's not what... Okay, no, not 7. 1. Wait. Yeah. R... Okay, this is what I wanted. Apparently it's not right, though. Am I supposed to turn them into 5s? Okay, let's try that. S, not R, P. Nope. Actually, do I do that one? Hold on, what's... Oh, yep, this is what I want. Wait, no, that's not what I want. What the fuck? Oh god. Okay, well this is good enough. Even though they start 10 at Z. Because, whatever, apparently there's some philosophical disagreement here. Okay, so this helps. So it's always 1 back. So O is 14, 5, P 6. Is there a Q? 14, which is 5. P is 6. 7 is set. Or R is 7 is 8. S is 9. W is 5. Okay. No, that's not right. Oh. So 6, 7, 8. Guess I'm not sure why I'm assuming the 9 has to be there. And 7 up there. gotta get this 8 up here. Okay, well, I did it, and that's obviously not the right answer either. Fuck. Yeah, let's take a step back here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11. There's 12 of these. Of the other squares. Well, then it probably isn't this. I don't know why the number would be anything other than 5 or 9. 5 makes sense given that it was the activation or whatever, the activation number that's needed. 9 given the Notary game. No. You can be sure that if I want help, I will ask. I don't need anybody to ask if I want help. As I am getting very close to doing so, because I don't know. Yo, what's up, Zod? Hold on, I'm gonna try going based off of Junpei, what Junpei says one more time, and if I still don't get it, then you can drop your well-crafted hints. Just need to make all the digital roots the same. But what number? Wait, what is he talking about? Here? Is he talking about this square? That is what he's talking about. Okay. So if that's the case, then one of the yellow... Where... How do you get the extra tile over there? Alright, now I understand what he's saying. Let me... Oh, now he's not going to tell me anymore. God damn it. Is there, like, another square in here? Like, if I get the 1 off, then there's one underneath it? And the only way to get the 1 off is to make the square root around it 1? Yeah, I don't know. He said there's a blank 9 spot. Otherwise we have 8. I mean, if I was pretending this is like Scrabble, wouldn't this be S-H-I-D-P-R-I-H? No. Yeah, H-I. But I don't know what the fuck that would spell. Shidpri! Oh! So, all right, let me take a stab at this. Let's assume this is like a Scrabble thing, and the order of this matters. Let's assume the order of this matters. He says a very specific number has to go here. This being this? Like, this becomes whatever number... I see. Okay. Well, sure. We'll reset then. Back. Fuck, what was... Oh? This doesn't make sense. Hold on, let me type this out for myself. But the letters at the bottom don't make any sense. Oh, that was the hint? Yeah, go ahead, because I don't get... The way I interpreted what he said doesn't actually make sense. So I am obviously interpreting it the wrong way. One, 3, 5, 7, 9. So I have to make it all 9 without any of these. It just has to be 1, 3, 5, and 7. The A, the S, the O, and the D can be moved. But the 1, the 3, the 5, and the 7 cannot. Take a fuzzy look. What's this supposed to do? Let my brain do the work. Okay. Reset. Reset my brain. Oh, I am. So what I was thinking is that with 1, 3, 5, 7 there, it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then 9 goes here, obviously. But do I have anything that's... Oh. Okay, yeah, so that's not, or at least if it's not the way that I'm thinking that it is. Or this isn't wrong, but every other one has to be a letter. Have I had it wrong this whole time? D is 4, not 3. Oh. And that's fine. Okay, then. The difference between A and S. That's 3. It doesn't work though, so that can't be right. Oh. But no, that doesn't work either. It's not just replacing each with the digital root because there's no 2. So it can't work that way, or 4. Okay, so that's not right either. Just make sure I have these numbers right. Yeah, shut up. You're fucking kidding me. I've been thinking about numbers so much, and it's so difficult to think about numbers that I completely ignored the letters that were there as letters themselves. Just way too focused on the numbers instead of actually trying to spell something with the actual letters. Okay. Now the actual password. I don't know. Oh. That? Nope. Or is it just... What's the digital root? Well, it's 9, but it was 1... No, that's not it. That's not it. Is it as simple as... Oh. If it's actually fucking... The 9th square is the password. Wasn't it just 9?
Congratulations!
No. A 1-number password. Okay, fine.
Akane, did you get it?
She's dead.
Yes, I did! I solved it! I mean, really, you solved it for me, but I copied everything you did! Now I just have to press enter!
Then what the hell are you waiting for? Push it!
Okay, I will!
I hit the enter key.
Emergency shutdown command has been confirmed. Incineration system has been disabled.
Judgment lights on! Jumpy! It worked! It worked! The incinerator shut down! It worked!
Tears rolled down my face as I cried out to him, but they were a very different sort of tears. A wonderful feeling of accomplishment and relief flooded my body. At the same time, what strength I'd left disappeared and I collapsed to the floor. For a while, I just lay there laughing and crying and enjoying being alive. Every time I thought about him, I thought my heart would burst. Whew. Can't quite believe I did that. But I'm so glad, so glad. I feel like my heart's been on fire. Or heart's on fire right now. No, I don't have time to be thinking about that kind of shit. Need to tell Akane.
Sorry, but things are kind of busy over here. I'm gonna have to hang up now, okay?
Hang up.
Oh, of course, that's fine!
I wiped the tears from my eyes and nodded vigorously, even though I knew he couldn't see me. Then I looked over at the corner of the floor. There were 2 bracelets Hongo had left behind.
Now.
Well, Seven and Lotus don't look particularly happy with me. Not a very nice look to give someone who just saved your life, guys.
Junpei, are you...
Okay.
Shut it.
Right, okay, so maybe they have a reason to be pissed off. So what if I haven't pressed the enter key? Yet? Alright, nothing holding me back now. Here goes! Wait.
Incineration will begin in 90 seconds.
It doesn't sound like it's stopping.
Astute!
What the shit? Why isn't it stopping?
Okay, maybe I didn't hit the key hard enough. Just hit it again. Smash that enter key! And again, and again. Okay, that's not working either. The alarm's still going off. What the hell's going on? Got all the right numbers in the right boxes. It's perfect. So why the fuck isn't this thing stopping?
Incineration will begin in 60 seconds.
Wait, of course. That's what the numbers that showed up after the puzzle mean. What, 6, 11, 18, 27? It's all 9 still. Oh, we have to, the 2, the 4, the 5, the 7, and the 8. Ah, because those are the people that they wanted to save, right? Snake, Clover, me, 7, and Lotus. Oh, that's it. Number on the door is in a 9. It's not even a number.
It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that...
Holy shit, of course. We just have to put the right number into the red end.
Incineration will begin in 30 seconds.
Run, guys! Get to the door! Run!
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit! Don't have much time. No way, no way, no way, no way, no way! Man, I sure hope they can just trust me on this one or we are all fucked! Alright, no time to explain, just go.
Verify your numbers on the red.
Verify?
Who?
What combination?
All of us! We all need to verify!
Why?
You really think this is a good time to ask questions? Just do it!
Yeah, I wouldn't ask why. Hurry, 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 hurry!
Incineration will begin in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Central gate has been opened. Incineration system has been disabled.
He wouldn't do anything. He just, well, I mean, faux Simon or real Simon? Faux Simon would just be like, I don't know. I don't know. I do not. I do not. Oh, thank fucking Christ. No, no time to be happy now. Time to go.
Hurry! We've only got 9 seconds before the door closes. Go, go, go!
Come on, guys, move it. Okay, they're all through. Move it, Junpei. Just in time. And there goes the door. No, don't calm down yet. You're not done. We still gotta find the dead.
Shit. Looks like we made it, huh?
He doesn't look like he's laughing. He's just like, he's like, ha 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 ha. Looks like Clover and Lotus are totally out of energy. Wait, no, that voice is long gone. Looks like Clover and Lotus are totally out of energy. Snake is shaking his head wearily. I just want to take a nap, but...
Akane! Can you hear me?
I want to tell her we made it. I want to tell her how good I feel, but nothing. The door opened. Standing in front of it was my brother.
Akane!
Oi!
I cried his name even though my voice was almost gone from screaming and leapt into his arms.
Oh, oi!
Akane!
I buried my face in his chest and cried again. I cried and cried and cried. The steady thump of his heart in my ear made me feel like I was home. Its beat was almost like a lullaby. I wrapped my arms around him as far as they would go and held him as tight as I could. Just to be there felt like a miracle. I hadn't felt the warmth of another human body in what seemed like an eternity. I just wanted to stay there in his arms forever, but I couldn't. The moment I passed through the door, my bracelet began to count down to death. I leapt away from him and looked around. The door had already closed. I spotted the dead only a short distance away. It took me only a moment to get to and scan all the bracelets. I left the ones Hongo had dropped on the scanner panel. That was it. I took a deep breath and looked around again. The huge detective who'd we called 7 in 9 years and Snake, the blind boy, were looking at me. They seemed to have been utterly stunned by my sudden appearance. Their eyes were wide and their mouths hung open.
Right, let's get out of here. If we don't book it, we might run into Hongo again.
Aoi was right. It was time we got moving. The mention of Hongo seemed to jar 7 and Snake out of their surprise, and they nodded. Took off running, up the spiraling staircase to freedom. Time for more running. They can get us out of here, no wonder we're running so hard. My heart's beating so hard I can barely hear. God, I can't wait to breathe real air again. Oh, 7 talking?
Hey, Junpei, can I ask you something?
What's up?
That door, the one with the 9 on it. Why'd it open?
Yeah, all 5 of us verified our numbers on the red. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8 is 26. That makes our digital route 8. It shouldn't have opened.
That's not like you, Lotus. I thought you would have figured it out already.
Huh?
Because you were the person who taught me about the idea of bases.
Bases?
Yeah. What are the 2 numbers in base 2?
0 and 1.
How about base 10?
That goes from 0 to 9, right?
And how about base 16?
0 through F. After 9, it starts at A and goes from there.
You're right. In other words, A in base 16 is 10 in base 10. B is 11, C is 12, D is 13.
So, what about it?
You don't get it? What if we keep going with that pattern? What if you go way past base 16 all the way to base 27?
Base 27?
Yeah.
Well, the numerical digits are the same, so I guess you'd add alphabetical digits. E is 14, F is 15,
H is 17, I is 18,
K is 20, L is 21.
N is 23, O is 24, P is 25.
Yeah, and? What comes after that?
Q.
26!
And what does that mean?
There wasn't a 9 on the door.
Wait, Q? Like Hachi Q Ju? 9 in Japanese?
It was a Q! A fucking lowercase Q!
Yep, that's pretty much it.
So it's a 9 anyways. Kinda. Not really, but kinda.
I guess to put it another way, you could say that it was a 9 in base 10, but a Q in base 27.
I didn't even think about going through the numbers in Japanese. God, my thighs are killing me. I swear, any moment now I'm gonna tear a muscle. Like every single cell of my body is dying for air. God, every breath I take is a chore now. I feel like my lungs are gonna burst. Maybe just a short rest. No, can't stop, don't have time. Come on, legs, there can't be many more of these steps left. Let's run, run, run like a bullet down a rifled barrel. Like a tornado cutting through a sea of clouds. Feel like we're running along the back of a giant coiled dragon. Finally! Jesus, I can barely breathe. No, Junpei, no time to rest. Pull yourself together, you're almost there.
All right, I'm gonna open it.
Yeah.
Yes, we're finally here.
Please do.
Sure, you look like a big heavy door, but you're the only thing standing between me and my freedom. Even more important than that, you're the only thing standing between me and Akane. You're gonna open, and you're gonna open now. I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was Awie's. He gave it a small, reassuring squeeze. I was so happy I felt like I could melt. My heart was at peace. And not only because my brother and I were back together again, thanks to the huge detective, all 9 of us who had been kidnapped. We're finally able to escape from the gigantic. On the distant horizon, we could see the faint outline of the ship as it sank. It gave a thunderous roar as it finally slipped beneath the waves. Its last cry echoed out across the ocean, and then it was gone.
It's over.
Aoi whispered.
Yeah.
It was over. It was finally over. Or was it? Was it really? No, that was wrong. That wasn't it at all. I was sure of it. This wasn't the end. It was only the beginning. This was only a prologue. What would happen in 9 years? Yes, finally, air! Ah, damn, that sun is bright. Barely see anything. Gotta admit, this doesn't look quite like... Wait.
No way.
You've got to be shitting me.
It can't be.
This is...
The
This
Nevada.
is the building in the Nevada desert.
the mock experiment building.
Oh my god. This whole time we were in building Q.
Makes sense considering the gigantic fucking... And the receiver... Yes. Yes. Sure enough, that's a desert out there with mountains all around it. Hello there, son. Boy, am I ever glad to see you. Although you'll probably fucking dehydrate me to death soon. Or later, if we can't get out of here. I don't think I've ever been so happy to see a sunrise. Huh? Did I just hear something fall? Right, our bracelets. I guess I've never really got a good look at the underside of one of these. Let's see what's inside of you. A little electronic chip. Like an ATM card. That's it. Nothing else. Nothing that even looks like a detonator. There was never a detonator to begin with. Yeah, I think we figured that out a while ago. The only people that had detonators were the ones that were meant to die.
Akane.
Figures.
Jumpy.
Guess I must be pretty crazy about the girl if I think I'm hearing her voice in the wind.
Congratulations!
I mean, I agree, but I watched Squid Games recently, so semi-recently, so that part, I didn't even blink at that part. Who says Nevada? I have never heard it pronounced that way. Nevada. Nevada.
Are you okay?
Oh, come on. This is nothing.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't look okay.
It was just before the end of elementary school. Jumpy and I were sitting next to each other on a small hill looking down at the town as the sun slowly set.
How does it look then?
He was half serious and half joking. I thought about it for a minute first.
Well, let's see. It looks like you kissed a toad and got warts, but then they just kept growing and growing and growing.
What does that even mean?
Junpei grinned and...
See? I told you you're not okay. You're too reckless. You can't beat 5 8th graders, Jumpy. That's crazy.
Yeah, but I couldn't just stand there. I mean, don't you think so? I had to do something.
Look at the Nevada desert go past. For an SUV, this thing has a pretty smooth ride. Aren't SUVs supposed to have a smooth ride? Sure, it was nice of someone to leave it for us outside the building, keys in the ignition and gas in the tank. Almost like it was a present, you know? Anyway, we jumped in and now here we are, screaming across the desert. Lotus is over there in the passenger seat. Has somebody explained to poor Lotus what the fuck's going on yet? Snake and Seven and I are all squeezed into the backseat here. Still can't believe we let her drive.
Woohoo! This is so fun! This is so awesome! Driving is so great when there's nothing around, and there's no speed limit.
Hey, Clover, watch those bumps, all right? This car jumps even a little, and I think I'm gonna get crushed to death.
Hey, shut it. I can't help if I'm big, all right? Suck it up.
That's why you should be in the front fucking seat!
Why don't you drive, Seven?
I'm a cop. I ain't gonna break the law.
He doesn't have an international license.
Didn't he just, like, explain himself as basically a neutral good as opposed to a lawful good? In that he does what he thinks is right, not what he thinks, not what he's told to do? I think it's okay here. There's nothing around.
Yeah, but you could have sat in the passenger seat.
Oh, hell no. There's no way I'm giving this seat up. And Clover, there's no need to slow down. The car Santa and June are in should be somewhere down this road ahead of us.
Yeah, I saw some fresh tire tracks going out. There's no doubt about it.
Then we've got to hurry if we want to catch them, don't we?
Sure thing.
Can't believe you let fucking Clover drive. Oh shit! God damn it, she doesn't have to drive so fast. And I didn't even think a car like this could go this fast. Sure throwing up a lot of dust. It was a couple hours after we run into the junior high students. They'd been hiding in the bushes on the back of one of the hills, drenching a kitten in gasoline. And when we saw what they were doing, Joopy ran up to them, furious. Oh wow, so they actually ran into sociopaths. Gotcha. Those kids should all probably be putting into some intensive care counseling.
Hey, what the hell are you doing?
Psychiatric care, cause that's not okay or normal. Then he jumped on them. He quickly scooped up the kitten and tossed it to me. I caught it and ran for the police station as fast as I could.
Help me! Officer, please! You have to come with me!
The policeman and I headed back to the hill. All we found was Jumpy, sprawled on the ground with the face covered in big swelling lumps.
You couldn't run away after you threw the kitty to me?
I asked him. He stuck his tongue out through the hole in his mouth where a tooth had fallen out.
I guess I could've...
Then why didn't you?
I didn't want to. I wanted to beat him up. Beat him up real good.
Because of what they were doing to the kitty.
Yeah, that too, but... I think they were the ones behind those murders our first semester. Remember?
Oh, you mean the bunnies?
Yeah, the bunnies.
He plucked some grass up from the ground and tossed it into the
They
wind.
asked me what elementary school I was from, so I told them. And then they said they'd do the same thing to you that they did to the rabbits. I couldn't forgive them for that, so I...
Hey, there's still some stuff I don't get.
Yeah, these kids are actually mentally ill. This isn't just a boys will be boys. These kids are actually in need of psychiatric help. Of course, they probably don't know any more than I do.
Ace. Well, I guess I should say Kentaro Hongo. Why did he create the Nonary project? Anybody?
Why don't you ask him yourself?
Well, yeah, I guess I could.
He's still in the trunk, I assume?
Yeah, he is. Still tied up, I'm assuming, with his mouth taped shut. His eyes just look empty, no emotion. It's like he's just given up. Wonder if he even cares what's happening to him anymore.
Hey, were you listening to us?
Yeah, go ahead and try to pretend you weren't, you old bastard. Get that tape off your mouth.
Come on, I know you were. Answer me.
Could at least look at me when you talk, man.
I only wanted to see the faces. Human faces. I thought if I could gain the ability to access the morphic field set, then perhaps I could see faces. By peering into people's minds, you could understand how they were processing the expressions of others.
That's it?
Yes. If you want to put it simply, but if you are looking for a more philosophical answer, I can supply that as well. You see, the human collective consciousness...
I think that's enough out of you, pal. Time for the tape to go back on.
All right. So what's your second question?
You said there were some things you didn't get, didn't you?
Well, somebody's a little
Well,
nosy.
my next question doesn't really have anything to do with you two. This is for you, Seven. It's about the whole Alice thing. What's the deal with that?
Well, see, 9 years ago, after I escaped from the Gigantic, I kept going after Hongo on my own. I'd catch him when he finally slipped up. And during the course of my investigation, I learned a lot more about the Gigantic. I also found out about Bourdain and Alice.
You're not really answering my question. Was there actually a girl who wouldn't melt at room temperature?
Sounds like Hongo has something to say. Alright, fine, I'll let you talk, but you gotta behave.
What?
Alice doesn't exist. 9 years ago, I found Alice's coffin behind the library on the bottom deck. There was nothing in it but the root of a peculiar plant. My research determined that it was a member of the genus Madrigora, of the family Solanaceae, and was able to extract a particular alkaloid from it. I use that extract to create Sokolov. Its creation was a tremendous boon to my firm, and we grew rapidly.
Shit, this is gonna go on forever. Tape's going back on, Hongo. Fuck, let him talk. I like to get as much information as I can. The rest of my questions can wait a bit. Now I think I'll just enjoy the ride.
Here, this is for you.
What's this?
This is a for you doll. His name is Junpei.
Jumpy pulled something out of his pocket and shoved out his arm toward me. His hand was a doll made of yarn small enough to fit in his palm.
Jumpy, are you sure it's, for you, doll?
Huh? Yeah, the lady at the shop said so, so that means it's for you, right?
Are you sure it's not a voodoo doll?
Oh, Lord.
Wait, what? That's... Oh, man. Oh, man.
Well, it sure looks like a voodoo doll. I mean, you do know what a voodoo doll is used for.
That's really clever. I like that.
Yeah, I guess calling it Junpei isn't a very good idea then.
Why are you giving me this anyway? It just seems really sudden.
Well, you know how after June, we aren't gonna get to see each other too much? I mean, we're gonna be in different schools, and I just thought I'd, you know,
Oh, okay, well, how about we call it June, then?
Okay. So, I wanted to give you this.
You sound like some sort of tribal chief in a bad movie.
I wanted to give you this.
Yes. I, head of tribe. This doll, traditional charm of tribe. So I give this.
Oh, that's it. That's it! Time to cancel Junpei on Twitter. Everybody, go.
It me. So we always together.
Oh, Jumpy.
If something bad, then hold and pray. I go wherever you are. So here, take.
I reached my hand out and picked up the doll gently. What, he's not gonna talk about it later after he talked about it now? I don't really... I guess I don't see the difference. Sounds like he just wants to talk about it all anyway.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jumpy.
I'm only going to say this once, so you either hear it now or later. Before I knew it, I was crying. Tears streamed down my face and fell onto June's tiny yarn body.
Oh, Jumpy. I'll never forget you. I promise.
Jumpy looked straight into my eyes and said just 5 words.
I'll never forget you either.
The sky was a beautiful crimson red as it melted down toward the horizon. The last golden rays of sunshine stretched out across the city and painted themselves across the hills. We sat, bathed in the warm light of evening. Just the two of us, leaning gently against one another, shoulder to shoulder. The sun set and we still didn't leave. We watched in silence as the darkness deepened, and one by one the lights of the town began to flicker on. There is actually one thing I still don't get. And I don't... It's something that's kind of alluded to, but I just... It amazes me that, like, oh, you're going from elementary to middle school. Oh, that means you can't have any contact with your peers anymore. Like, that wasn't the case for me. Even if they didn't live anywhere near me, I still kept in touch with them. So, I find that to be a very strange thing. To be honest, it's the biggest mystery as far as I'm concerned, and also the only one that's really important. It has to do with June Akane. 9 years ago, she died in the incinerator on the Gigantic, but she's still alive now as June. But how? Is it because I tapped in the Morphic field set and saved her 9 years ago? Don't think about the time travel stuff too much, Junpei. You will get angry at the ridiculousness behind it. Alright, let's just say that makes some kind of insane sense. Let's hand wave that away for a second. If I did that, then it probably makes sense of what Seven remembers. Snake makes sense. He's blind. He couldn't have seen her body anyway. But But 7, he said he was sure because he saw it. Did he say he saw it for sure? He just said he was sure. Does that mean there's some kind of historical discrepancy? Or, wait, maybe that's not it at all. There's one other logical explanation. That you told... Was what you told me the truth, 7? You look satisfied. No way. He couldn't.
Hey, look! Over there. There's somebody next to the road.
Huh? What?
7 was in on it all along? Or at least had an idea of what he was supposed to do? The burning gaze of the Nevada sun pounded down on her head. The desert around her rippled with heat. Standing there on that shimmering plain was a woman, her arm out and her thumb up. Not be long before Junpei realized who she was. Are you fucking kidding me? First of all, if we're talking about this ancient Egyptian priestess, how the flying fuck would she know that doing this is what you're supposed to do to have somebody pick you up in a car that you shouldn't know exists?
Congratulations!
Yeah, don't focus on the fact that that was the person, the Egyptian priestess that's thousands of years old that...
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
Somehow finally thawed after not having been thawed ever before that, and whom Ace just said didn't exist, standing out in the middle of the desert for who knows how long, without dying. She left just before all this stuff started happening? Yeah, I know. There's a lot behind it. I know. But I thought that was the funniest thing to bring up. Yeah, cool chariot, bro. How is it moving without the horses? We don't even get to see June and Junpei together? That's kind of fucking annoying. I don't have to show me much, I want to just see them hug. I don't even know if June's still alive. Really? Until I fucking see her. Because all this logic is some weird time travel garbage. Yeah, I bet she smells too. Anyways, obviously, if some of this gets taken care of in the sequel, then we'll play the sequel, so we'll find out then. But that was a weird way to end that. For all that emotional whatever going on, their scene, and then, oh hey, there's Alice hitchhiking somehow. Question and answer sheet. I'm not doing the tier list today, Metaxas, since it took me fucking forever to do that super, like, insultingly simple puzzle that I couldn't bring myself to think of as insultingly simple. I never assume the password's password. I'm never, ever, ever going to do that. So if I'm hacking into your computer, And you know somehow morphogenic fields maybe told you ahead of time that I'm going to be the person hacking your computer, make your password, because I will never, ever, ever fucking guess it. Which, like, okay, I don't like time travel. As a person who really likes logical steps to things, I don't like time travel. I will say, if the way Brian is classifying it all is true, I personally don't run into type 3 time travel story elements very often. So at the very least, there's some novelty to it that makes it interesting. And I'm just not like, God, So I guess there's that. The problem is I don't think you can do it that way without it having some sort of logical flaw to it. That's my main problem. Well, it's fine. You could always just, like, links to something that would explain it well in the Zero Escape chat. Did somebody link Keith to the Discord, by the way? Well, I can't not play the second game after that fucking ending. Okay, good. I mean, the more logical it is, the more I will enjoy it. But we can't say that there's airtight logical ways for it to happen. Because there are problems with the concept inherently. So he could have been an accomplice. He also could have just simply it would not have surprised me if, like, when he had his epiphany, right? And the whole epiphany thing is supposed to be like, boo, power, or whatever. It's possible when he had his epiphany, he realized what they were doing, and thus simply then became an accomplice indirectly. I could even buy that based on how they explained how it all worked. Well, what is it that you want me to do? I'm not going back in the game. I'm done playing games for the day. Well, this game. I'm done playing this game for now. We'll revisit the tier list tomorrow. It's probably how we'll start the tier list stream. Yeah, it's true. It was never really explained why that happened, and not to anyone else. He was blind, but he should have still known what was there, right? Unless literally no one said anything. Is it only visuals that would cause that, and not just memories in general? Blind people have some sort of inherent protection against that? I don't know, that doesn't seem... I don't think that's a good enough explanation. All of them. All of them. It's possible I don't quite understand what I'm not. Oh, I see. So there's no. Fixed timeline, dynamic timeline, multiverse. Which one's which? Time dilation. Is that what you're talking about? No, I don't think. Oh, dynamic is type 3. I see. Oh yeah, Back to the Future. Fuck. Back to the Future is ridiculous. Yeah, that's a great example of one I don't like. But when I first saw it, it was entertaining. So like type 3 can be entertaining when they are presented to me in novel ways. Which is, I haven't really seen something like this before. But as soon as they get repeated, they immediately start to get really fucking lame. I did notice that Clover's real name was Clover. Yeah, I'd agree. If you want to talk about the code names, go to the Discord. I am done streaming for the day. It's almost 5 hours. I got shit I need to do. So I will be back tomorrow with tier lists. Feel free to drop in at that point. Talk more about it if you guys want. We will play the second game after we play Great Ace Attorney 2. And Endgame was okay. Like, it was fine. I thought it was fine how they tried to explain it. I wish it did not happen, but the way they explained it was fine. But, yeah. Alright, everyone. You have a good one. I will see you next time, then. Then stream is adjourned.